And we're live. Hi, everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Andromeda Adventures. We're joined by our wonderful new crew here on Neon Residence and our great new GM, David. And we're live. Hi, everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Andromeda Adventures. And of course, I'm getting double audios, which is going to bleed through into the stream a little bit. So, wonderful technical difficulties here starting out. Anyways, I don't think we've got any announcements today, so I'm just going to go ahead and cue that intro. David, you're up.
All right, well, everybody, welcome back to Neon Resonance. Last session was our first session, and we had a chance to introduce our characters. We started off with with Black Raven and Javi out in the wastelands near their Javi's nomad camp, the Pantera nomad clan. We learned a bit about Javi. Seems to be maybe ostracized a bit from the clan, and so Black Raven X was kind of sort of hanging around with them for a bit, and then they headed into town, and along the way they bumped into Javi's old friend Juan, who said, "Hey, man, when you get into Night City, you got to go to the Neon Groove, man. Great place to start." There's like, all right, we'll go. We had Bruce waking up, saying hello to her pet fish, Chompers. Had an uncomfortable phone call with a member of her former band who said, "Hey, I hate your guts, but look, still a former bandmate. I know somebody who might act as an agent for you. Go meet them at the Neon Groove." Bruce befriended a small booster ganger gang called the Needle Clan, who took them in, who managed to convince them somehow to go with them into the Neon Groove with her. And she arrived there, and that fucking agent said, "Yeah, you're not worth my time." Didn't even bother showing up. And to make it matter worse, her mother called. Ugh. And then we had Lich Queen, who woke up and was promptly reminded by a group called the Steel Wendigos that she fucking owes them, and she needs to go get data for them. And so she went out, got her data, and she had a drop off of the data to one of the Steel Wendigos at the Neon Groove, and to see where this is all going. As Adzed had a job where he had to go into the corporate zone, escorting some bullshit corpo who wouldn't even help a poor mother and child. Just plenty of space in the car. Wouldn't even bother, the fucking asshole, to help him get back. But Adzed stood up for it. Took a bit of a pay cut, but apparently, I'm sure they feel all warm and fuzzy inside, or something like that. But he also got paid at the Neon Groove. So everybody's at the Neon Groove. What the fuck? It's almost as if this is like some contrived, everybody starts off in a tavern sort of. When all of a sudden the band that was supposed to form, they got into a tizzy. Bruce was like, "Fuck it, I'll go on stage." No band, nothing, just jumps up on stage. And some fixer who was there was like, hey, wait, you can't do that alone. We need some more people to play instruments. And then pretty soon, everybody managed to get up on stage. X was a little like, I don't know. No, come on. I don't know. Eventually, though, he reluctantly joined them on stage. And they fucking kicked ass. Like, totally just didn't even know each other. Threw together some song they all happen to know and managed to perform for the rest of the evening.
That's fucking punk.
That's right. And so yeah, after they performed, Tune was like, "Hey, I got a job for you. I got this tech named TikTok has an awesome amp and a good band. Well, they need good equipment. So you go to him, you get this amp. He owes it. He knows he owes me this amp. You go to him, tell him I sent you. He'll give you that fucking amp. You come back here, then we'll really start rocking it out, man." And so that's where we left off. There was also, by the way, because Tune is a fixer, she wants to pay you. She said, and you'll all get paid for this. So you're each going to get, as a reminder, 500 eddies for completing the job each.
Awesome.
So
I like to hear.
That's where we left off. You're still at the bar with Tune for now, just in case you guys wanted to ask any questions about her or any additional details. So as a reminder, the TikTok's workshop is in Northside, which is in the corporate zone, just a little bit to the northwest of where you're at. Not too terribly far.
So what kind of hours does this guy keep? I mean, is he going to be up now? Should we head out now?
He usually...
Any of you guys got a car?
I got a van.
Hey, it works for me.
There you go.
Every good band needs a van.
I call shotgun. I ain't afraid to use it.
But to answer your question there, what was it? Bruce, was it?
Yeah, you can call me Bruce.
I'm going to make a quick roll to see if Tune knows who you are. See just how well known you are among that. If you wish, Frosty, you could just roll to see if she's already a fan of yours.
Sure.
Okay. So I did look this up since last session. We kind of did this wrong. When you roll your charismatic impact, it is just your charismatic impact plus a D10. So you don't add any of your stats to it.
Mm-hmm.
But the difficulty for getting one person to be a fan is an 8. And failure just means they're not a fan.
Well, if my Foundry would load, this would be, so much more convenient. I think you're going to have to roll it for me.
All right. Well, I think I can manage that for now.
But also the game is paused right now, so.
The pause should not affect the dice rolls. It mostly should just impact the combat.
No, all right.
Oh, Frosty.
Ooh.
You should let me roll for you more often, Frosty, because I rolled a 10 followed by a 4.
That is enough to make an entire group your fans.
Well, unfortunately, that wasn't the target.
I know, but it would have been able to meet it.
Yeah, you would have been able to make a lot of friends. She goes, wait, Frost, remind me your previous band's name. Was it something Riot?
Bad Luck.
Bad Luck. Wait, you're fucking from Bad Luck, aren't you?
Yeah. I toured around with them for a bit until they out where they're welcome.
Did y'all break up?
Yeah, sort of. We each went our separate ways. Had creative differences.
Girl, you are way too good for them. You're way too good for them. I could tell they were holding you back.
That's what
Big
I said.
fan. Love them. This group here, I can tell you, I'm looking at them. I know my shit about music. I can tell you that right now. These people, they're way better for you.
Well, I'm looking forward to working with all of them.
Yeah. Can I get your autograph later?
Of course.
All right. Cool. Just for I like to. I always get autographs of my client. No, she's not asking any of the rest of you for their but yes. But to answer your question, TikTok works all kinds of odd hours. He might be asleep. He might not be. It changes on a daily basis. You just have to go and find out. But if y'all want to take a break, that ain't going anywhere as far as I'm aware. So you chooms can just hang out, call it a night, do it in the morning. It's up to you. I don't really care.
See, this TikTok cat, he protecting this this amp real closely, or is he not gonna? Are we not gonna have trouble getting it
No,
off
no,
him.
no. Like I said, he owes me one. He knows. He knows he owes it to me. It's no problem. I'll send him a quick text. I know you're coming. No
Okay.
problem.
Okay.
I'm sure absolutely nothing will go wrong. Absolutely nothing will go wrong.
Hmm.
All right, well then, how about we grab
Absolutely
some
nothing.
drinks and have an after party at my place?
Hmm.
All right. Well, she gives you her deets and says, "Hey, you chooms, you need me. That's the number." And you can almost always find me here, my normal spot.
So she gives us the her details.
Yep, she gives all of you her details.
He's
Javi,
a.
you finally got it.
Yeah. Javi leans over to X and he's like, I told you I get it.
No,
Darn it, I did. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
is Toon.
As a matter of fact,
Yeah.
Toon like hands out the numbers, then looks over at Javi, and Toon goes, "Oh, damn it." She just realized she'd already.
Gives her a cheeky smile
Now,
as he slowly tucks them in his jacket pocket.
I roll my eyes at you, Hobby.
I'm sorry,
Now-
Shane. You were saying something. I think?
Oh well, yeah. I think sort of out of character. I'm wondering, is TikTok in combat zone?
No, North Side. North Side is
Side.
actually kind of a mixed area. There are some dangerous gangs that operate out of the North Side. The biggest
Okay.
is the Slaughterhouse.
Oh,
But it's
that's
also
right.
home to like the Brainiacs and that general area. And it's not just North Side, but around like north of the corporate zone and stuff like that. Combat zone is south,
Right.
but it like you can if you're walking around this during the day. I mean, you might get into a scuffle, you might encounter a gang, but you're likely to be maybe okay.
Yeah.
Whereas the combat zone, it's never safe.
Yeah. I'm wondering if my character would know of this TikTok fella, but if he's not a combat zone, it's probably
You can always roll to see if you want to know.
okay. Sure. Let me see.
It's not going to be. He's not a well-known character, so it's probably going to be a difficulty of like maybe a 17, I think.
Okay. Is that streetwise?
It can streetwise or local area, like local expert north side.
Local expert north side.
I mean, you'd have local expert 0 in it. So
Yeah.
So it'd be just your base stat of your base intelligence.
Base of local expert. Can I try a streetwise if
You
he's okay? I'll try a streetwise. I'm not gonna. Add
You
anything.
won't like necessarily know his operations, but maybe you will have known a bit from. Yeah, you
Yeah.
never have.
Yeah.
I would have
Worth a
maybe
shot.
given you a slightly lower difficulty, maybe with local area expert. But I think to me the big difference is like streetwise. You might maybe know how he fits into things. Whereas local area expert, you might know like his address, where he operates out of. That kind of
Yeah.
stuff.
Gotcha.
Oh,
Not my
yeah.
area.
Javi will lean
Not my
forward
hood.
and be like, all right, so do y'all wanna head over there now or I can get us there. Or are we gonna hang out here for a bit more?
My character said, "I don't have anything better to do. What about you guys?
well,
What about you cats?"
all of my duties for the day have been passed by, so I'm good to go whenever you are.
Excellent. Well, all right. So Javi would like to see if he can subtly identify the drink that Toon is drinking.
Sure. Make a. I'm thinking that's almost maybe a custom skill.
Okay.
Cocktails.
Perception?
No, because that wouldn't be knowing it.
Oh.
I'll let you make an education roll,
Ha!
but if you want to make a custom education skill,
Mhm.
we'll go a custom education skill of say like cocktails.
So just
Mythology.
so
Mixology,
just
yeah.
yeah, okay. So
So that would be just base intelligence.
base intelligence. All right.
Time to put all my next points into mixology.
Oh.
An 11.
All right. So you were going with your mixology roll.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard to identify drink just by the color, depending what the drink is.
All right.
Some drinks might be easier just by appearance.
No problem.
But it's not that hard for you to figure out. It looks like she's just having just a straight whiskey of some kind.
Okay. All right. Well,
Neat.
Gotcha.
Because it's just a simple brown liquid in a smaller glass.
Sure.
So just based off what you know of how drinks are, I think that's probably whiskey. Could be like a dark rum, maybe.
Or Scotch.
More likely.
Well,
Scotch is a whiskey.
Yeah.
Since he's not sure,
Well,
he has an answer to how to figure this out when they're ready to leave. So, is everybody ready to leave?
Sure, why
Yeah,
not?
let's
Yeah.
go.
All right. So, Javi will get up and he'll walk over to the bar and
All right.
wave the bartender over.
Yeah, sure. The owner of the bar, Lana, comes over.
Yeah. Hey, get Toon there another one of those drinks, and he'll pay for it.
What for Tune?
Yeah, whatever she's drinking, get her another one.
She looks at you. She looks over at Tune. She looks at you. All right.
Hey, she set us up with a job.
All right. Sure.
Okay, and then they'll head for the door.
So what kind of car are we talking about? Big car, little car, kind of speedy car? What are we looking for?
He points to the big off-road looking van. it's like a camper van and it's on a heavy duty chassis, so it's lifted a bit, so it can cruise
Big
over
off-road
the
wheels.
Yep.
That's a Nomad car.
You got a whole house on the back.
So he left the building, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would like to stay behind for a bit, like as the people are shuffling their way out, and then make my way to the bar.
Sure.
I'd like to kind of tap on the counter and say, hey, I would like a drink to go, please.
Sure. Well, yeah.
Make a Irish style coffee, please.
Sure. Yeah. You see them go. They have a little coffee machine, and I believe that's with whiskey.
Yep.
So yeah, they pour a little whiskey in it, and they put it. It was to go, so they give you like one of those to go coffee cups.
Yeah. And with that, I would rush out and head over to Javi and tap his back and say, "Hey, big guy,
Yeah.
here, coffee for you.
Oh, thank you.
Don't want you to fall asleep behind the road."
Never happened.
Well,
Just
better
as long
save
as
the
I
story.
don't drink. As long as I don't drink, I won't fall asleep at the wheel. And he gets
As long as you have some alcohol in that coffee, I'll be fine.
I heard that he didn't drink earlier, so you know.
Yeah.
Make a resist torture drugs
Oh,
for me,
no.
Javi. I'm assuming you're drinking it.
He's gonna take a drink of it, and
Why wouldn't you trust her?
Right. Yeah, resist torture drugs.
Why would she get the driver of the car she's about to get in drunk?
9?
Isn't the DV for alcohol 11?
Actually, I don't know what the DV for alcohol is offhand.
So here's the thing. In one of the DLC books, it actually says that you don't actually need to roll it for liquor like that. It's only if you excessively drink.
I know.
But this is a man who hasn't had a drink, presumably in a long time.
Yeah. So he purposely avoids drinking, and the effects aren't going to be that bad. But you're right. Yeah, I would not normally. Just to be clear, I would not normally have y'all y'all drank earlier,
Right.
last session. I didn't have y'all roll for that, right? So it was also because of it was comedic. It was comedic.
So yeah, he gets in, takes a drink.
I will say
Gets that little shake and looks at it funny, sniffs it, and gives a polite smile to Lich Queen and sets it in the cup holder.
you do feel a bit of the effects of it.
Sure.
Maybe you took too big of a gulp.
Yeah.
Maybe
yeah.
they didn't mix the Wixie quite right.
Okay.
And we do know that
But
this bar
it's not going to have any impact on your drive.
Gotcha.
We do know that this bar is heavy on their alcohol. So
Mhm.
That's true.
Yeah. There's a little bit
There's
of
a
coffee
bit of a
with
heavy
the
pour.
whiskey.
Javi, do you want to describe the interior of your van?
Yeah, it's whereas the outside it looks a little rough, the interior is immaculate. It's It's not leather, of course. It's it's seat 6. So it's got 2 bench seats in the back, and then the driver and the co-driver or the passenger. They're I'd like to say Spanish knitting seat covers, knitted seat covers
Yeah,
with all the
okay.
different colors on all the seats. There is a accessible refrigerator in the back. Along with it looks like Javi lives in the thing, but yeah, he keeps the interior just pristine.
Now
This looks
you
like
did
she's gonna be sick at how clean it is.
Yeah,
you did now you do have the housing attachment. So I'm assuming
correct.
like there's a small kitchenette.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
even
yeah.
maybe you sleep. Maybe one of the bench seats folds out to a bed or something.
The side that the slider door is, the opposite side of the slider door actually cranks out.
Was this
Oh,
a van
yeah.
or an
Yeah,
RV?
it's a RV
Technically,
it's a
technically,
conversion van.
it's a van that's been converted into an
Right.
RV.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it does have a
It's
small
larger than a
kitchenette.
camper van, but it's
Yeah.
But it's
And it-
lifted, is what you're
Right.
saying.
Yeah. It's got like a 4-inch
It's-
lift kit on it with off-road tires.
to put
Uh,
specifically, it's just a van that's had the heavy chassis attached to it,
Yeah.
then with a housing compartment attached to
Yeah.
it. So
Yeah.
it's just a van that's been like exploded out.
Yeah.
Amazing.
You can actually crank the side so it extends out. So where you put then you lower the table and makes a bed, stuff like that. But yeah, he keeps the interior immaculate. I mean, just that you don't even see, like, there's no cups laying on the floor or empty bottles or food wrappers or anything. It's completely clean on the inside. And when he starts it up, the engine purrs. It sounds tough.
All right.
It has that rumble. So
This
yeah,
climbs into the shotgun passenger seat.
climbs up into it. All right. Well,
Awesome.
I'm assuming with the package that he has of communications that he has some sort of a navigational system.
Well, I mean the communication package, as I recall,
Comes with all sorts of earpieces.
it's for them to communicate. But
Mhm.
I would say that it probably doesn't necessarily come with a Navi or GPS, if that's what you're wondering.
Bummer. So, all right. So he reaches up underneath the fold down visor, pulls out his Night City map, which is brand new, brand spanking new. He bought it just on the way into town today, and he's like, "All right, anybody know where this place is?" And he holds the map over to Bruce.
We didn't role play it out,
Uh-huh.
but she would have told you the name
Mhm.
or where the place is. It's in an old shop,
Okay.
an old electronic shop called Voltfix Electronics.
All right. Now I assume he can look that up on his agent.
Yeah, if you make a library search roll, it won't be very
Oh
difficult.
no.
Remember, with your agent, and this should already be, and this is something we also made up last time. Your agent should already be added to your library search roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Let me
supposed to
go
get a
library
plus one
search.
to-
Boop.
You should have to add an additional bonus.
Library search, additional mod. No, doesn't show it. Oh, there it is, +2. I'm gonna roll an average today. 11. Can Javi figure out where this address is?
It is not hard to figure out.
Okay.
So you do manage to find it. Voltfix Electronics, as far as you can tell, has been out of business for at least a year or two.
All right. So he's gonna start the van up and say, "Let's get going." And he puts it in gear.
Throws
and
the
heads-
map in the back seat.
So, and as he's driving, he'd look over to Bruce and say, "So, you're an excellent singer. Tell me a little bit more about yourself."
Troublemaker, rambunctious. Yeah, always looking to see what's on the next edge.
What's with the? I don't mean anything. What's with the grill?
All the better to eat you with, darling.
Is there such a thing as an insight check?
Human perception.
All right, which is horrible as well, but I'll give it a try.
You're the driver, not necessarily the social person.
Right.
I'd like to try and be intimidating when I do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
go right ahead. So that'd be persuasion.
12.
I don't believe there's a separate intimidation. Yeah, there's not. So it'd be persuasion.
Yeah. Javi, he you see him physically have that shoulder shudder. He's like, well, oh, okay. Yeah, that's
Gives you a bright smile, though.
he takes a drink of his coffee and
What
head
get
forward,
myself into?
locked
Who are
on
these
the
people?
Yeah.
What about you? You driving the spick and span around with Mr. Clean?
Oh, I'd like to keep my ride shiny. Yeah. Is that? I hope that's okay. I mean, yeah.
You're kind of doing it in
Meanwhile-
reverse. It's about the style of the thing. The outside's supposed to look awesome. The inside's supposed to look like trash.
Oh. Well, it's hard to keep the outside of a vehicle awesome when you're driving the desert.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
So you spend a lot of time in the desert?
That's where I'm from. Yeah, right. You ever heard of the Aldecados, the Panteras?
Have I? Streetwise?
Yes, Streetwise, or if you happen to have any other skills related to Nomads. But if not, it'll be Streetwise. Maybe a bit challenging. Say 17.
Nice.
Damn.
Unfortunately, in this game, you have to beat the target number.
Oh,
Nope,
you
never
don't
heard
know
of them.
anything. Yeah, you don't know.
nah.
You do know who the Aldecados are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Heard of
not-
the Aldecados. And nomads, dime a
Yeah.
dozen out there. I used to be a nomad.
Really?
Oh, yeah, long time ago.
What made you leave?
Wasn't exactly consensual.
I empathize. So you've been singing along?
Oh, yeah, for a
Right.
while.
You got a good vocals.
Thanks, I try to keep. You guys were pretty good at playing yourselves.
Easy to follow the leader.
At least you know your place.
Right. Everybody
Awkward.
okay back there?
Somebody else
got
was in the front with me.
Ed says, like, anybody got a cigarette or something? I don't smoke, but, I feel like I need something to pass the time.
I got cigars and I got blunts. What you want?
So I would like to.
Shit, blunts. You don't have to tell me twice.
So I would like to also look at Javi and say, so, what is a beanie doing out here?
What is a what?
A beanie doing out here?
Well, let's just say I'm also in this kind of the same predicament as Bruce over here. I'm here to make some money, maybe make a name for myself.
Ah, you got lured in by the glitz and glamour of the neon and hologram deep city.
Absolutely. And I had to get away from somebody.
Well, I'm kind of the opposite. If I could, I wouldn't be in the city.
What, we not good enough for you?
Meh, a bit too loud for my liking.
Too loud. You ain't seen nothing yet.
You sound like my sisters.
Who are now?
They all left. Good for them.
Who the hell would leave this glorious land of opportunity?
Too much noise, too much drug. Too much
That's
shooting.
how you know you're alive.
Difference in perspective, A lot of dead friends, a lot of dead family.
You're the lucky one.
And everybody sighs. A group sigh.
Such an upbeat group.
Yeah, the motivation just crashes.
You just gotta climb up the mountain of corpses until you reach the top.
So,
See, that's
this is
why I
kind
like
of a
you.
bummer.
That's why I
So
like
I'm
you.
going to try to lighten the mood, and I
All
pull
right.
out a bag, and I say, Anyone want some jerky? I got boar meat.
Oh yeah,
Real boar meat?
X, my man, is a hunter.
Oh, sure. Chompers
extraordinaire.
will love some of that.
Ah, shit! I'll have some real boar meat. I haven't had real meat in a while, man. It's real meat.
Yes, it's real meat.
Oh
Here,
shit,
I
man!
got black
Hell
pepper,
yeah!
and this one's barbecue.
Oh
Take your pick.
man, you know I gotta get the black pepper, man. That's my shit.
Black Raven, how is it? How is it? How good is it? Do you think?
It's been, smoked over a day. I have more than enough black pepper for the black pepper. The barbecue could honestly use more sweetness, but
Mm.
unfortunately, I have no sugar.
So
I've been
you're
drinking my coffee black.
so you're telling me the black pepper, like when they taste that one has a nice sharp peppery taste, but when they taste the barbecue, it's lacking in sweetness.
Yes.
So maybe not quite there.
Bruce takes it and pockets it.
This is amazing.
Yeah. Raven is also gonna take some then. So as he's gonna be eating some, he's gonna be looking at the people and say, "So, well, what type of tip y'all got in?"
Say it again.
Javi looks
Type-
at the rearview
What type
mirror
of
curiously.
tip do you have?
You're asking a lady about her cyberware? What's wrong with you?
Well, if we're gonna be working together, I'd like to know a bit more what you're able to do.
Yeah, fair enough.
I can drive.
Honestly, I don't got much. Plans to chip in were soured by getting into hundreds of eddies of debt. So kind of fucked my plans. I got some enhanced antibodies. That's about it. Biomon, nothing special.
I guess I'm what you call 100% flesh bag.
All
We're
meat?
gonna have to fix that. Meat bags. Gotta get crumbed up.
Yeah, you'd know about that, huh, Brucey?
All about it.
Let's see. I've
Let-
got a Biomon.
Hey,
I've
it's
got
what's
this
inside that
tool
counts.
hand. I've got nasal filters, a toxin binder, and some grafted muscle and bone lace. I've traveled a lot.
How about you, Lich?
Well, she would tap on next to her eyes for a bit and say, "I've got these two eyes right here. I got them for a discount, but they work fine."
As a matter of fact, when she says that, you notice that all of a sudden her eyes kind of get glazed over as ads, Lich Queen, suddenly pop into your
fuck.
vision.
Oh,
For
no.
the new and improved meat-like substitute of kibble that just came out on the market.
Eat recycled food. It's great for
When
the
I s-
environment and okay for you.
As I
When I
as I
see
as
that-
I start closing them, I'll say, "Hey, have you guys heard that there's a new brand of kibble coming out?"
Wow,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Do you mind if I take a look at your eyes real quick?
Sir, I guess.
I would like to make a cyber tech check, see if I can't, at least for a bit, give her a break from the ads. You want a
Sure.
break from the ads?
You're gonna jailbreak her eyes?
I could, but let's see. That would be a cyber tech check. Yes.
Yeah, you can make a cyber tech check to see what you can figure out about her eyes. Okay,
24.
24.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Well, field expertise. Yeah, so yeah. So you take a look at her eyes. There's only so much you can do. They are basically they're a type of discount eyes that you can get for cheap, but they do come with ads. You could upgrade them so that maybe they could get rid of the ads, but the downside is in that that basically takes up like one of the upgrade type slots. So you would.
So
It still
temporary
wouldn't be as good as
solution.
getting. It wouldn't be as good as getting proper cyber eyes at some point.
Though
Right.
as a other thing, I'm guessing you'd probably be also able to see my virtuality.
Yeah,
upgrade
if you want to tell them what upgrades you have, you can almost certainly tell what
yeah.
upgrades.
So
you
in my
have.
right eye, I've got micro optics also installed. and I've also got virtuality in both of my eyes.
So if you didn't, if I don't, because I don't think it's come up yet, you can you can tell that she has a virtuality upgrade. So you almost certainly your character is smart
Ah,
enough to know that that means she's a net runner.
a net runner, I see.
Yep.
You've got good eyes besides these ads. Temporary solution, I can disable them for like an hour or two. I would have to keep on doing this. Long-term solution, I could build you some eyes. It wouldn't be the first time I made some.
Hmm. Well, maybe that would be a plan to look into then. Getting me some better eyes.
You almost certainly could make better eyes than those. At least given the time and the resources, you almost certainly could.
Yeah, but for now, I'll do this for you. I fiddle with the eyes a bit, and I jailbreak it for a few hours. You have a break from the ads.
All right. Make a the jury rig. Uh,
There is no, well,
no,
what,
I'm
that
sorry.
would just be,
I'm thinking of the old rules. Um, I'll make it. There we go. Yeah, it would be.
Not like basic
Yeah.
tech.
No. It's.
Invention.
I thought they still had a jury. No, it would be. I think it would be field expertise actually.
so you want me to make another roll?
I mean,
I think in this case, no, because
I
you
mean-
were purposely looking at that. I'll count that last roll.
but also like purely like mechanically, the eyes already have like a 1 hour downside of like not having ads after they already pop. So
They pop up once an hour.
yeah.
But what I'll say is that if you want to like do these rolls on a regular basis, I think, we can say that it doubles the time between ads, so they'll come
Yeah.
up less often.
So
But,
for now, you just see me fiddle with your eyes,
Mhm.
and the timer increases. I can only do so much. It'll probably be better for me to just make you new eyes.
Well, if we do that, yeah, the chirons in them have been pretty useful, so probably also have to invest into those.
I can transfer most stuff, don't worry.
Well, the chirons are kind of stuck in them though, so I don't know how that would work. But I do also have an audio suite, which is pretty good. Helps me have my agents directly inside of my head.
Oh, I never enjoy those. One wave of a microwaver and you're toast.
Yeah,
Hmm?
there is jury rigging rules. I
Yeah.
did not make it up. It's on the bottom of 147.
And she does also have a modular finger cyber hand.
Ah, what
Yeah.
model is that? Dynalar?
I think so. It's the base version, but yeah. So it's
You,
just a replaced hand.
Yeah. For future reference for jury rigging, you can basically um, to temporarily put something in perfect condition is what it is. But I think in this case, we'll use those rules for this effect. And it's 10 minutes per rank is how long that effect lasts. So we'll say it's an additional 40 minutes.
Yeah.
So we were about right when we said.
Yeah, about an hour. Rounded up to an hour. But yeah. But yeah, of course I've got my interface plugged, but yeah, that's most of what is like just on her.
Well,
There's
since
no-
I'm taking a look at you, I'll give you some basic maintenance for your stuff as well. When was the last time you had maintenance?
Probably longer than I said.
You don't have to make a roll because there's no in-game benefit unless you're trying to accomplish like a bonus, or if you just want to show off.
I'll roll again because it's still cyber tech.
Just don't roll a 1.
Ah, my eye.
Even better, I
Yeah.
give you the best tune-up you've had in a while.
There's no mechanical benefits, but like all your cyber gear just feel like your vision's extra crisp. Your interface plugs look the cleanest they've looked in a while. It just looks everything just you did a bang on job making them all nice and clean.
And there is actually a mechanical benefit. Remember from one of the free DLCs, it's, maintenance rules. So the fact that she's actually gotten maintenance, it means that she won't have to suffer unfortunate effects for not getting maintenance.
Yeah, I mean, we hadn't really discussed the implementation of those
Hmm.
maintenance rules. I would have meant tracking all that, which
Yeah.
is not something I was planning on
Yeah.
doing.
But
Fair enough.
I'm gonna look at Bruce and say, so what exactly made you become a Chrome Zoc? Hmm?
A what?
A Chrome Zoc.
I'm just looking to make, become, let out the inner me.
Interesting. And that inner you is filled with robot parts?
Oh, I hardly got any robot parts. Just enough for now.
Hmm.
And, it's accessorizing. Some people wear nice bras. Some people have earrings.
Brucey, she's got teeth.
That's all. See, living on the streets, it's not about what you can do, what people think you can do, or anything like that. It's about how much you terrify the hell out of them and scare the shit out of them, make them want to back off. And trust me, no one fucks with Brucey.
Avi just nods.
I mean, get on the
As it's like you goddamn fucking right.
Just gotta be out there looking like you're looking for trouble, and they'll stay away.
Can I ask, while this conversation is going, just to add to the atmosphere, Javi, do you have the radio on?
Yeah, he would be playing. I almost said Willie Nelson because that's what we were singing on the way in.
On the road again, like a band of gypsies on the highway.
Javi likes,
We're the best of friends, and we
Javi
keep
likes-
on going our way.
Javi likes dubstep and techno and stuff like that. So he'd start that, and then I'm assuming somebody would. If somebody goes to change it, he doesn't stop them. But
Bruce would change it to something heavy and metal.
all right.
Now, one quick question for you, David.
Sure.
Is this pre or post Bard Moss event?
I'm not sure which event you're referring to.
Data crash.
Yeah, Bard Moss data crash. Because he did die in 2020, so I don't know, like, if you are putting like this event before.
Outlaws didn't die in 2020.
No, it 2022, I think. is
Well,
when
his,
it happened.
his physical
yeah,
body
isn't that-
died in
that-
2020.
Isn't that
His
post?
consciousness died in 2022.
Yeah, but isn't like the net crash stuff like post?
Yeah, it's all
Firestorm,
post 2020. Yeah, you're.
So
Yeah.
We're all pre that.
Yeah.
um,
No rogue AIs.
Yeah, none of that.
All right.
This is
Good to know.
yeah, this is as is stated. This is a setting pretty similar as it's stated in the 2020 core rulebook and in the 2020 Night City source book. So the rest of your drive goes along pretty smoothly. It's quite late at night, so it's not quite as safe around as these outskirts outside of corporate zone as they would be. Occasionally, you can see in the distance a couple of gangs shooting at each other on the street, and then like a cop car pulls up, and police come like running out with their guns, and you can hear gunfire and stuff like that. And, some other streets are just dead silent and stuff like that. Occasionally, down the next street, you see a bunch of people stumbling out of a bar, drunk, trying to call a taxi, and then some booster ganger points a gun at them. And then there's like a few other streets where people are just going about their nightly business.
All right.
So it's the neon lights are glancing across the hood and windshield of your car. There's a light rain because it's cyberpunk.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a light rain falling as you're driving through Night City. And eventually you're in an area of Night City that is sort of a neighborhood with a mixture of smaller businesses and stuff like that. It's not like the big corporate place downtown, but it's more of a mixture of a neighborhood. Seems to be doing pretty well off, but it's not nearly as posh as sort of the corporate center. And you go along the streets that you looked up on your map. Unfortunately, like you can't go back and look at it because somebody tossed it in the back seat.
Ow!
And if they just put it where you have nicely organized and cleaned up, then you'd be able to like ask somebody to look at it.
Well, he's
But
10 and 2.
So perfect driving.
Yeah. Eventually,
But
I think that's the place.
yeah, and you see a small electronics repair shop with like a small like a attached warehouse space. It definitely seems to be from this whole area. Seems to have had what was once a lot of mom and pop businesses that have gone out of business, mixed with some industrials. It seems to be one of them. The abandoned storefront has the faded remnants of a neon sign that is not lit. It says Vault Fix Electronics. And you can tell that some of the neon is burnt anyway. And it hangs at a crooked angle, and there's grime and graffiti on the building. There's only like a faint glow behind like one or two of the cracked, dirty windows that suggest that there's any sign of life inside.
All right.
The street looks pretty much deserted. You can hear the hum of sort of distant traffic in the distance. Occasionally, a lone figure hurries past, and the street smells of some damp air mixed with some sewage, and there's sort of a slight humidity in the air as you sort of step out into like the cool spring night.
So Javi's going to take a 10-second look left, look right, look left, up and down the street. Notice that there's not much going on. All right, well, let's check it out. And he hops out.
Bruce hops out and starts walking up towards the door.
All right.
Yo, this place looks sketch as hell.
Looks fun.
Adzed puts a hand on his pistol.
All right.
Comes out holding.
Yeah. The brick building has old posters and that the gang tags have been graffitied over. You do see a slaughterhouse tag on one side. In a small corner, at one point, you do see a small like Brainiacs tag. It kind of looks like a.
Wait. Brainiacs?
Yeah.
Fucking hell, no!
Do you say that out loud?
No. I don't like it when I see the Brainiacs tag.
Fair enough, but that was a very strong reaction. I didn't know if the other players should be reacting.
So,
do you make any kind of motion or anything that any of us can clock?
I make an audible noise and a very scrunched up bass. Ugh.
Could I maybe roll to see if I know about the Brainiacs?
Yeah, that'd be a streetwise roll. Would definitely up there, or local area, north side, west side, or city center.
All right. So streetwise, there we go. No bonuses. 12.
You've heard of the Brainiacs. You don't know much about them though. You know that they're a gang, and that they are supposed to be pretty smart.
I'll just point.
You know of them. They're a sizable gang.
I'll just point at it and say, the Brainiacs, huh?
Keep moving. I don't want to see or hear about the fucking Brainiacs.
What's so bad about
Not
them?
bad, huh?
well, while they're all doing that, Javi had gotten out of the car and walked
Bruce
right up
is
to the
walking
door.
right up to the door.
Yeah. Now, besides with Bruce beside him, there's a clear. I assume there's a clear difference because Javi does not know the city and what can happen in the city because he rarely ever comes here. And when he did, is with a whole group of people doing some sort of trade or whatever. So he's you get the idea that he's probably naive when it comes to city streetwise life.
Is he smiling? Is he like
Yeah.
grinning?
Yeah, he's like,
Bruce has got the same attitude. Just whistling along with you, walking
But
right
for a
up.
very different
For
reason.
very different reasons.
So it's really scary, or it's like, who is this idiot? But anyway, yeah, he walks right up the door.
I'd say it's
Yeah.
like, damn, this Javi's a badass.
Litz is just gonna, walk over. She is gonna, kind of prepare up her her pistol.
Sure. Heck, you're Night City. Always have your gun at the ready.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the front of the building.
Give the door a knock.
Yeah. So you go up to the door. A couple of things to note: the windows are covered in grime. You can't even see through them really. And the door is this large, heavy-looking door with several heavy-looking mechanical locks, like embedded in the door. And as you walk up, there is it's kind of slightly hidden, but not at a point where you'd actually have to try to even notice it. It's just that it's just clearly visible when you get to the door, but not until then. A little camera that seems to be pointed. It doesn't move or anything, but it's pointed directly at the front of the door. And you go up and you knock.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You wait. Nothing happens.
Now, when we see the locks, are they bolted? It looks like it's been locked down from the outside.
These are key locks.
Uh-huh.
So whether or not they were locked outside or
he's
inside,
gonna reach for
but
Oh, sorry.
but there are things you could unlock or lock from the outside if you want.
Gotcha. Well, he's going to do the most sensible thing and reach for the door handle and try to turn it.
It is indeed locked.
Uh,
Yeah. Litz is gonna, look and say, "Is it locked?"
Yep, all locked up. Look at the camera. Hey, Toon sent us. If you're watching, get your ass out here.
Oh, she's going to. All right.
There's a wait.
Adzed's just looking.
Nothing happens.
Okay. So with that, I would like to look at Javi and say, "Move over, will you?"
right. He
I'll get us
moves over.
inside. I would then like to get out my lockpicking set and start lockpicking in.
Okay, before you do, just so let you know, this looks like it's going to be these are pretty heavy duty locks. I'll let you know that you can probably tell. We're looking at a difficulty of 17.
That's not that bad.
Is there such a thing in Cyberpunk as a help action?
Yes, you can do.
Javi is proficient in pick lock, and he says you might want to try that one.
Yeah, so it is. I forget the word, but it's like there's an assist.
Yeah, it's an assisted skill.
Which I believe, if I recall right, and I have to look it up because I haven't reviewed these rules in a couple of weeks.
Sure.
I believe you would roll, and then you'd give them a bonus on that roll.
Okay, depending on what I roll, correct?
Yeah.
20.
Oh, damn.
Might as well just say, move over, let me do it.
Nice, a 10. Another one.
27.
Yeah, you did it, and you did it so well. You do it. There's not even a sound. Sound of the bolt. Nothing.
Once we're done, I'm gonna.
Very gentle tones that just slide.
Once we're done, I'm just gonna be re-putting it in and just kind of shoving it hidden away. Well, and then I would just open the door and say, "Ta-da!" See, it was never locked in the first place.
All right, you open up the door. You're in a sort of what looks to be an old storefront. It's clear that this is when this was a repair shop. Customers would this is where they would wait while their electronics were being repaired. There are a couple of broken display cases with some outdated tech in pretty poor condition strewn about. Some everything like even like some old CRT monitors that have been cracked and rusted circuit boards. So some pretty old stuff in here as well that might have been like collector's items at one point or something like that. But it's eerily silent. But there are off of the room two uh, uh, two rooms that sort of like two doors in the back that go into the other part. And through one of the rooms, it looks like you can see through there. It looks like it might be maybe some sort of storage room. Is another door that's shut, and there's a light coming from underneath that door.
How are you going to take 2 steps back and look up to see if there's a second story?
There is not a second story.
Okay. All right. So if the guy, he's like, well, if the guy lives here, he's probably there behind that door where I see the crack or the light under the door.
Hold on. Don't move yet.
Mm-hmm.
We should check for traps first. If he has cameras and they work, that implies a net architecture of some design.
That is true. I could try and plug in if I find a source.
I wish to make a perception roll. May I? I'm
You
looking
may.
for either a plug for our dear Netrunner or the signs of security. Never mind, I don't see jack shit.
Ooh.
You rolled
Well, it's a
double
double one.
ones, which is not
Wow.
the worst roll you got. So you got a 10. Unfortunately, though, it's still not a very good roll. So you don't really notice much of anything.
Could I try and do a scanner check to find a...
You may. Unfortunately, you do not find something.
Bruce is just going to start walking towards the door with the light and go up to it and knock
Is
on
is threat is combat awareness something I can do now, or is that something I have to wait till we're actually in active combat?
You can change that at any point.
Yeah, you can change that at any point. When you're in combat, it takes an action to change it.
Okay.
But if you just want to put it all in your perception right now, you can do that right now.
I was gonna say if threat detection I think would be a good move to do
And
at
when
the
we-
moment.
And when we're rolling initiative, you are allowed to reallocate them once
are.
freely.
Before you roll initiative, you're allowed to reallocate everything. That's
Oh,
sort of
okay,
combat.
cool.
So you can put it back into like initiative if you want and just be really speedy.
Exactly. That is so that is a very flexible skill. The only time it's not flexible is particularly flexible is changing it in combat, because once a combat starts, you basically have to waste a turn to change it.
Right, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Can
But
I
you
try
get a
to?
free change at the beginning of the combat, so it's kind of.
I see what you're saying. Can I do combat awareness right now just to see if there's any threats external?
Yeah, you can do a perception roll, and once you've allocated it to that threat analysis, when you roll perception, because it's a bonus to all your perception rolls.
Okay.
You should be able to. It should be included in the roll.
Let me see. I clicked perception. I'm not seeing it. Let me see. Situational modifiers. I'm not seeing. I see under situational modifiers. I see like complementary skill.
Well,
I don't know. It's
Try
not-
rolling.
Just rolling perception, right?
Yeah, just roll your perception.
Okay. It's-
So if you click on that 15,
Yeah.
you see it says intelligence 5,
Okay.
perception 2, and you see total mods 4. So
Got
it is
it.
added.
Okay. Cool. Okay.
That 4 is from that.
Does that help? I don't.
Yeah,
Do I
as a matter
see
of fact,
anything?
as you're heading back there, you see on the floor, right? Bruce is about to head to that back office, and you notice that right as Bruce is walking forward, she's about to step into the dust that's on the floor, a bunch of fresh footprints. What do you do?
I point them out. I kind of like put my arm out. I go like I point to them.
Yeah,
look
with the
around.
15, you don't know much more about him.
Okay. Do I see which direction they're going?
Yeah, they're coming from not the door that leads to what looks to be a storage room and that lit door, but the other doorway, which is currently just a black You can see into a room. There's no lights or anything. So it's just all black. It's coming out of there and then heading into that storage room.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So it's just passing through this space on its way there.
Okay. So I point that out. I point out what I notice. I kind of whisper like, these footprints are going this way into the storage. Kind of quietly.
Well, someone must live here.
Someone's here. This is a recent.
And how dark is it in here? Is it just
There's no lights. There's some vague neon coming through the windows. Remember where I said the neon?
Right. But there's no build. There's no light on the inside where we just walked in.
There's no lights on.
Right. Is there a light switch by the door?
There is a light switch by the door.
Click. Clicks it on.
Yeah, the room lights up.
Hey, TikTok! Brucey's here. Toon sent us something about an amp.
I draw my
Anyone
gun.
home? Supposed
to
to
have
owe
it
it
up.
to her. Come on, don't make us look all around for you.
With the light in the main room on, you can now kind of see in that room the footsteps came out of. And it looks to be some sort of like repair workshop, but it looks like it has been used in a very long time. And there's another door that's shut on the other side of that workshop.
Okay. I'm assuming that those footprints were pointed out and they were in the dust and heading into the workshop or out of the
Coming
workshop?
out of the workshop and into
Okay.
the storage room.
All right. He'll walk over to where the footprints will go to. The storage and that's a door,
Storage
correct?
room. Yeah, it's an open door.
Okay. He's gonna reach into his little tech bag. What do they call those little bags and around your waist?
Fanny packs?
He tech fanny pack,
Yeah,
pulls
fanny
out a
pack.
flashlight, clicks it on, and shines it into that room.
Sure. This room is used to be like the inventory space for this old shop. It's mostly filled with dusty shelves and crates that haven't been touched. It looks like in years. Like there's
All right.
dust on top of it, and then there's sort of bookcases along the walls and shelves, sort of going down the room, and then there's that one door across from you that has a light coming up.
All right. Yeah, he's gonna click off the flashlight. He didn't see anything living in there, and he's not a CSI guy, so he just walks over to the other door and knocks on it. The one with the light underneath. TikTok.
Okay. You go up to the door, you knock it.
Mm-hmm.
You say TikTok. There is no response.
Is there a handle?
There is.
Does the door swing out towards him or inwards?
Inwards into the office. Or
All right. And he will turn the handle and push it open and look inside.
I gave it away. It's an office when you look inside.
Mm-hmm.
This one, one thing I will note is that the dust on the floor in the storage room is much less. So it looks like that room maybe gets regular traffic.
Gotcha. Okay.
And the office actually looks like looks like it's got some stuff that clearly dates from whenever this was a regularly operated store,
Sure.
but it looks like it's used. Like it's not dusty like the rest of the building is, and it looks like there's like some newish looking pens and writing instruments on the desk, and pads of paper and stuff like that all look like they've been recently added.
All right. Now,
Looks
Toon
like we gotta
said,
come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
He ain't
yeah,
home.
he's going to look around. Toon said this guy should be here, but it doesn't look like he's here. And he may just leave this office light on. I don't know. But he's going to look in this office and see if there's an amp.
Does anything
see
look? Does anything look recently moved or touched? Like, is there like any sign that, besides the footsteps that you were saying, or the footprints, is there any indication that TikTok may have just been here or anything, food or anything
Specifically in this office.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are you going to search? Are you going to do a thorough search, or are you just going to do a quick glance around?
Uh, I'll do a thorough search. I mean, Adzad's got his gun drawn. He's kind of
Mm-hmm.
trying to see if there's any objects up and out like that indicate that TikTok was here recently.
Sure. As you're going through the desk, you do find there's some stuff from whenever this like old business records, but on top of that in the desk are a series of cluttered paperwork, business records, and a lot of notes and sort of a very messy kind of handwriting. And the notes all seem very recent.
Okay.
They're newish pieces of paper on like the yellowed paper from the old business. They look like they've been recently placed on top of it, and it's mostly like invoices, correspondence that with people for various reasons. Um, uh, uh, do you wish to look at through them in more detail, or are you just going to?
I
Uh,
do. I want to see how his
yeah.
business is doing.
All right,
Can I
yeah.
roll a
So,
business check?
yeah, you can roll a business check.
Take it.
We'll see if this is money longer.
16.
He's in debt,
Mm.
and he's in debt to the Brainiacs.
Oh, great.
Oh, this guy's in debt. To
Okay,
the
so
Brainiacs of all
The
people.
bill's
Oh.
quite large, as a matter of fact.
okay,
Was
so
was the graffiti from the Brainiacs on the building itself, on the like
It was.
doorway?
Hmm.
Okay.
It was on the doorway, but it was on the
yeah, so
sign.
so
Oh,
Hex,
okay.
are you going to be telling us about his debt?
Yeah, I say, ooh, this guy
Oh.
was in debt, and to the Brainiacs too.
Oh,
How
wasn't
how
that-
much?
How much,
Game.
DM?
Oh,
Quite a
about
substantial
10,000
amount.
eddies.
Ooh.
Eddies.
Like 10
yeah.
stacks?
So, yeah,
Damn, bro.
wasn't that the game we saw their symbol outside of?
Is
Yes,
that what
it
that
was.
I'm guessing that was
Damn.
designating that he was under their protection, and I'm guessing he didn't pay.
He
So, my thinking right now is that he might have been taken away from here.
Can I look around
Amp
and
and
see
all.
if there were signs of a struggle?
Sure. Make I was say make an
Criminology?
investigation roll, but that's the wrong. Criminology could work.
Hmm. Investi-
Perception, or deduction. I'll allow any of those rolls.
uh, he overheard the. Oh, nice,
Ooh.
Ooh.
nice.
Ooh.
Ooh.
You don't
There's
notice
a
anything,
28.
Kristoff. There's nothing to learn. No, you are looking around the room, and the big thing you notice is actually in the storage room. Uh, there is one of the shelving units that are on the wall has scratch marks on the floor in front of it, clearly showing that it swings open.
Mm.
Hey, someone give me a
and-
hand with this over here. Found a hidden door.
I got you.
And
No,
you rolled so well, as in fact, that in addition to it, now when you're looking around, they start coming over. You can see that there is a false panel on the wall.
And there's something over here. Some false panel. Let me prop it open. She's gonna get her gun out and kind of use the butt of the gun to pry open that.
As I see you taking your gun to try and do that, I would give you my crowbar. Would this be better?
Oh, that'll work perfect. Put the gun back away and use the crowbar.
Well, the false panel just swings open. So you go up there with the big crowbar. All right, I'm ready, and it just gently swings open. I'm
I'll
so
take
strong.
it back then.
Because it beneath it is what looks to be what looks to be like a circuit breaker box, but when you open it, it's just a switch.
Mm.
Hit the switch.
Yeah, so there is surprisingly little noise as this heavy sort of shelving unit kind of easily swings open.
Mm.
And you can see these steps that go down underneath the building.
I'll start making my way down.
Now, what exactly is this?
I turn on my flashlight. Like this is suspect, people.
What? Don't you guys have hidden rooms in your places of business?
I wish I had a place of business.
When you get one, make sure you get a hidden room.
I wish you had a place of business.
Hey,
The city is my business.
you want me to call you Queen or Lich Queen?
Hmm?
What do you prefer?
Either or is fine.
All right, Queen. You know that camera was out there. Do you think that's connected to anything? Like a computer? And
If it is, I wasn't able to find any port to connect to.
Okay. I'm just curious as to where that connects to, and we were seen on it picking the lock.
So you are now in a cluttered hallway. It's cluttered and that there is tech gear all over the place. And this is all relatively new gear, but it's clearly like it's been tossed around a bit. Like there's pieces on the floor, a couple of broken pieces, as if somebody has recently gone through all this. The hallway, it goes in a hallway for a bit and then ends in another door. There's another camera above that other door that is watching the room. The camera does not move. So yes.
Go up to the other door and knock on it. Hey, Toon sent us.
You hear make perception rolls.
Oh, percepzione.
Also, DM. Just another note. I do have a bug detector, so
Okay.
17?
if it ever pops.
If anybody's bugging you. Yeah, we got a Black Raven got a 19. Ed got a 14. Bruce got a 17. So Bruce and Black Raven, you both, and Queen got a 14. You both hear the sounds of voices on the other side. You can't make out much, but you hear one voice. You think you can make out a very weak help. And you hear another voice saying, I told you they'd fucking come down here. What do we do?
Shoot the lock and kick the door
No,
open.
no. Don't. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to whisper to those who have a gun to prepare to shoot.
Bruce is just shooting the lock and kicking the door open.
No, I want you. Because
Too late.
I want you to wait.
Bruce isn't
We don't
waiting.
want to.
Bruce just
we're going.
reacts.
Oh shit.
Well, door's broken. Yes.
All right, you shoot the unlocked door. Very dramatically, I will add. You didn't know it was unlocked. You still don't know it's unlocked. I just want to add that because I think it's funny. You just shoot the lock. Nobody said you had to. But the door easily kicks open. You come into a room. You see a man. And I'll show you a picture of him.
Soon now, think later.
Somebody might be thinking, I need to have a talk to this Bruce. There's the man. He's obviously not in a workbench like that. Instead, he's sprawled out on the floor. He looks like he's been pretty badly beaten. And it's a workshop. The whole place has been turned inside out. You see 5 people with SMGs all pointed at the door. They're wearing like these large trench coats. They've got these sort of messy hair. They all have like pocket protectors with pins in them. One of them has looks like an old like anime convention badge that he just wears. Somebody else has a T-shirt with like Einstein's face on it. Um, and they all say stop, freeze.
I'm gonna say freeze, motherfuckers, or I'll execute every last one of you.
Well, well, well. I spy with my little eye 4 brainiacs. What you doing tossing around this guy?
You, just so you know, don't know who they are, but I'm going to see if they know who you.
If who knows who's that?
See if these brainiacs know who you are.
He knows they're brainiacs. He just doesn't know them
No.
personally.
No, if these brainiacs know who
I see.
Black Raven is.
I see.
Okay.
They might know who he is. They might not. They don't. What was your question again? Sorry.
Oh, no, it wasn't a question. It was a declaration.
Right.
Well, well, well. I spy with my little eye brainiacs. What you doing tossing this guy around? He's harmless as text goes by.
Look, he owed us. We collected. We're just the remnants cleaning up. All right. Here, we'll just leave. You can have him.
Oh, well, we don't care about him specifically, though.
We need an amp.
He has an amp for us.
Don't
talk to him about it.
Don't talk to them.
Okay.
And you talk to him about it.
All right, you can go. No funny business.
All right. And they very cautiously move past you. They keep the gun, the SMG gun at you as they walk towards the door. You can tell that they're not exactly the most violent of people, perhaps. These brainiacs, they're not known for being a particularly violent gang, but they'll kill you if they have to. And then,
But gang.
yeah, they're still a gang. And eventually, you hear them running off.
They
I'm
walk
gonna
past
help the
Hobby,
guy
who's
up.
still upstairs.
I'm going to help
Hey.
the guy up.
What's up, guys?
You help him up.
We tech's gotta
he
stick
winces
together.
pretty bad, and he's thank you. Oh gosh, please tell me Toon sent you.
Yes, Toon sent us. Here, I'll help you over here. Sit
Oh, thank
down.
you.
Eat some jerky.
Oh,
Hey,
jerky? Is that real?
yeah, you should know.
Really?
X would know that Javi knows first aid as well.
I also do know some first aid, so I could help with that.
Oh, there you
I
go.
think everyone here knows a bit of first aid.
Well, it's
But
a necessary
but
skill.
since
But
I'm right here, I'll try to apply some first aid.
I've got base 14, if that helps.
Then I will
Same.
assist you.
Same.
One of you, help me patch this guy up.
Man.
I want to
17.
do the taking apart bit.
Since we're doing so many complementary skills, I'm just going to make sure I remind myself the rules of it.
Well, regardless, we succeed. Come on.
You do succeed.
I
That's
rolled a
not
20
gonna
on
be
my own, so.
yeah, so a good skill worth 1 adds a +1 to the roll. So I did. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. You managed to patch him up. He's definitely going to live. He was not that badly hurt that he was going to die, but he's breathing easier. He seems to at least be relaxed. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
So Toon
gosh.
sent us for an amp that she says you owe her.
I do owe her, and those assholes took it.
Well, now you could say that you owe.
They
us-
took
Now we gotta go
took
chase
everything
those
I
damn
had of value.
assholes.
Oh, brainiacs! The brainiacs. They got some. It's one of their local kind of like I don't know what you call them, cells, groups. Where? Oh gosh, the fuck! They're just they. I think they have some sort of like a base of operations just north of the corporate zone, run by a guy named Glitch. Glitch was fucking here earlier. He was the one who told him to beat the shit out of me. Oh man, I never should have worked for them.
A group of brainiacs.
Yeah.
Is not convincing.
Wait, how are you in debt to them if you were working for them?
might have screwed up.
Well, I would know something about that.
Well, how did you screw up? Because what I saw, you're at least 10 stacks deep.
I may have blown up one of their buildings or something like that. It's a long story. We don't need to get into it.
You may have.
Well, it wasn't
Well-
intentional.
Well,
Usually I'm
kind
very good, but demolitions is not my thing. They were very insistent.
well, talk. It kind of seems like now you also owe us one,
Uh,
Or by-
happily.
and by extension, also Tune. I mean, she was the one that sent us here.
Oh yeah, no. Tia and I go way back. We both owe each other a lot. I'm sure she told you I owed her the amp. That
Yes.
we do stuff for each other.
But they
Well-
took the amp, which means now we've got to
Well,
get the amp back from
where-
them, which means either doing a
where-
job for them or going dancing.
Where exactly did they bring her?
Okay.
Say it again.
Where exactly did they bring the amp?
I don't know the exact location. I just know that there's someplace north of the combat zone. If you ask around, not combat zone, north of the corporate zone, corporate center. Sorry. You ask around, somebody there's going to know it. Sure.
I hope we won't have to meet with Tuma and the corpos.
I mean,
it is the it is
it's
the
not in the
corporate
corporate
center.
zone. Maybe you'll get lucky. It's late at night.
Hey, are you bleeding out, man? Do you need further
I think
medical
it's mostly-
assistance?
I think I may have broken a rib or two.
Oh, that's fine.
Certainly
you can,
bruised.
You'll live.
You can survive with all of your ribs broken, so you'll be fine for now, at least.
Yeah.
I'll
I think I'm going to rest a bit, and then maybe in a couple of hours, get a cab to the hospital. See, I know
I
River
hand-
Dock, a couple blocks over. Maybe you can help.
I feel pity for him, and we're both techs. I hand him a blunt.
He happily takes the blunt. That's two I owe you for. And he reaches over to light it, but you notice his hand is shaking as he tries to do so. But eventually,
Adzed holds his hand steady.
oh, thank you.
Not even lighting it for him. Just
Yeah.
No, he just holds his hand.
He eventually lights the blunt, and then he visibly relaxes. He says, "Oh, dude, thank you.
Not
If
a
there's
problem.
anything, if there's anything of value you want here, I think they took all the good shit. But help yourself, it's yours."
Got any other music equipment, bro?
I don't have any offhand. But maybe I could help you. For sure.
Shit. Well,
Well, actually, you got a workshop. They may have trashed the place, but there's a whole bunch of parts. Let's build some shit.
First things first, we gotta go get the damn amp.
that's
Yeah,
true.
heck, you're welcome back anytime, man.
if your stop is
Mikasa,
not.
Sukasa. Although I don't think I'll be staying around here for much longer, quite frankly.
I understand.
I'm gonna
When
have
you're
to
that much
find
in
a-
debt, you kind
You
of
don't-
want to get away.
I thought I was so lucky finding this little hidey hole. The Brainiacs, man. I don't know who they paid or whatever to figure out that I.
Well, that's the thing
Space
about
beneath.
Brainiacs. They're called Brainiacs for a reason. They're the smartest gang in Night City for a reason, and they're assholes about it too.
Yep, I can agree. They're definite assholes.
Well, if they're so smart, how come they didn't realize that you weren't fit to do demo? Why wouldn't they just hire a demo expert?
You
I
see,
think I was what they had on hand. Maybe, I don't know.
just because you're smart does not mean you have this beautiful ability called common sense.
You know what,
Intelligence
You
and wisdom
got-
are two very different things.
Raven? You called it. You called it.
But
man.
I'm just gonna smile down at a TikTok and say, "Well, try and pay your debts next time, will you?"
I'll try. Hey, good luck.
Adzed pats him on the shoulder, maybe a little too hard.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
I'm also gonna
Sorry.
pat him on the back.
a little more gently. Why? Did you notice the first guy heard me when he did that? Why'd you do it too? What the hell? Come on, lady.
I just feel bad. It's that thing among techs. Techs protect techs.
Yeah, man.
Tex protects.
Hey, look, when when you get the amp or stuff, if they have, you bring that out to, you get what you need, you get that to tune. Um, uh, you get in touch with me. I'll see if you need a space, you need parts like you said. I can maybe hook you up with something.
I appreciate that.
Trust me, it's the least I can do at this point.
I would make sure to give him my number.
Sorry, you're not my type.
It's not for that. You're not mine either.
Oh, okay, sure. Sure, sorry.
If you need any business, call us up.
Thanks.
And
I will.
I would then start making my way out over to.
Though I don't think I could pay you for a while.
You owe me one then.
That
Right.
part.
Okay, so yeah, so you guys head out. Is there anything you want to do at sort of the workshop or anything like that before you leave?
Honestly, I feel bad, but we can't really do much. We know why they came. The only thing we can do is look for the direction that they left from the video camera.
Sure, if you want to do that. His computer setup's right there, and he'll certainly let you log into it. It's actually a very simple setup. It's not a proper net architecture. It's literally just cameras connected to a monitor. Very low tech.
It's still better than most people.
Heck yeah! I mean, for his purposes, that's all he really needed.
So I rewind the cameras about, I estimate 10, 15 minutes from his ass whooping.
Sure. You see a much bigger group arrive. I'll just summarize what you see on the camera. However, it's not out the front door. There's another camera that apparently is behind the building, and you see them break open a door that's in the back that you guys didn't walk around to see. But it would have been that door you saw through that repair shop that you saw on the first floor, which is why you saw footprints coming from that door to the storage area.
So they came from the back. Okay.
You can see the cameras of them coming down the stairs. There's another camera inside TikTok's workshop. He's panicking. He had the brilliant idea of setting up cameras so you would know who'd come and stuff like that. He did not have the brilliant idea of having an escape path if somebody did show up. He just seemed to assume they wouldn't find his hidden door. TikTok's not always the most brilliant of people. It seems. So he's panicking. He's like, "Oh shit! What do I do? What do I do?" And he's like, and sure enough, without too much trouble, the Brainiacs managed to find the secret door that you found. Came down here, and you just see him being beat up solidly for a good 10 minutes, as like they take everything, including a really really nice looking amp. But they take a bunch of other tech pieces and equipment, basically anything of real value. Most of them leave, except for the five that you see there, and they're basically just until you guys show up. They're basically just going through all the different remnants to see if they can find anything valuable. The only thing of note is that when you walked up, like you can see the moment when like y'all are banging on the front door, people in the room look up and they look over at the monitor. And then you see them going through the exact same thing TikTok did when they realize they have nowhere to go, but towards you. And so the next several minutes until you make it down then is them looking almost exactly like TikTok did, where they're panicking, not sure what to do, until they just get all their submachine guns and just point it at the door.
In my mind, the meme as following goes. Anakin, start panicking. I don't have a planikin.
Actually, before I leave, I would like to kind of like head for the bathroom or like where you would clean like keep like cleaning supplies, right?
Sure.
Just want to see like what there still is in like the cleaning supplies.
What would TikTok have, knowing his level of hygiene?
He needs bleach and vinegar.
need is a strong word. He would if he needed to stay clean. I would say he has a single thing of bleach. He just cleans
Okay.
everything in bleach.
Nothing else?
Yep.
I'm gonna
And a
pocket the
rag.
bleach then.
And a dirty rag. He thinks
I-
that because that rag's in bleach all the time, it must stay clean.
That doesn't seem very logical, but hey, I'll take the bleach.
He has a high tech skill. He doesn't have high intelligence.
I'll take the bleach.
You now have a bottle of bleach.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there anything else you all want to do in TikTok shop before you head out?
So, yeah.
Let me
Right.
share one thing with you because there is one figure that stood out. There is clearly somebody who is in charge of the group that let in. You think this must be Glitch?
That's their leader.
That's their leader.
Does he have a reputation? And if so, can I roll a reputation?
Well, you wouldn't roll reputation. That'd be for your reputation,
Yeah.
for like a face-off roll or something like that. But you could,
Brainiac.
It would be local expert, right?
yeah,
Or-
it'd be local
or-
expert or streetwise maybe.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a raw local expert because
Sure. If your intelligence is particularly high. Oh, look at that.
Ooh!
apparently I do know them.
Yeah, well, I mean, it might make sense that you might know him. You've never met him, but you've heard of Glitch. As a matter of fact, you know where the hideout that TikTok was talking about. You know exactly where that is.
Wait.
It's an old data center from a company that went out a long time ago. Just sort of it was abandoned, but you know that they basically took it over and have been operating out of it. He is just like a low level like thug. He probably has maybe 10 or so at most Brainiac gangers that report to him. He does sort of a lot of local minor crimes. Has some decent technical skills, and that's about pretty much it. Did you have any questions you wanted to ask me about? See if you know that.
You said he's not high on the totem pole,
Correct.
so that means he's not going to be missed.
Oh, you are certain that he would probably not be missed. Somebody like that dies on the street, nobody's going to be asking questions.
I don't have any questions because I have a brilliant idea. And I tell the gang, listen, I don't know this guy personally, but I know who he is. He's not anyone important in the Brainiacs. He's not even a shot caller. He's just a low ranker. We do this guy a favor. We axe this guy. He can't have more than like 10 guys with him. We get our shit back. We take their shit. Everybody wins.
I ain't looking at pissing off a whole gang. No, I don't mind going and getting our shit, and if things get roughing some people up back. But I don't feel we don't need to take out some head honcho or someone up, you know,
Honcho.
and piss a couple.
No, no,
guys
no, no, no,
off.
no, no, no.
I mean,
This guy
gangs-
doesn't even register as a honcho. He doesn't even register as a shot caller. If he were anything, if I were using a mafioso family, he wouldn't even be considered an associate. He's not even that good.
I mean, shit. Gangs come and gangs go. It's not like he would be missed. But how big? How many strong is this? These Brainiacs. We talking hundreds? We talking tens, 20s?
You've all heard of the Brainiacs in some
Yeah.
form or another. They're one of
Okay.
the better known Night City gangs,
Okay.
and they are fairly sizable in numbers. They're
Okay.
quite large. The 10 that we're describing here is a relatively very small group.
Got it.
And generally with street gangs, you pick on one, you pick on them all.
Yeah, he may not be missed. That doesn't mean that if somebody didn't find out, like when I say he may not be missed, if he went and disappeared, maybe nobody would ask questions. If it was known that you went and killed him, that
Yeah.
would be that that
Yeah.
Brainiacs would still get pissed at you.
Yeah.
Well, we gotta hide the bodies.
Hide the bodies and the evidence.
That's what the bleach is for, ain't it?
Yeah. So, anybody know where this is at? Other than did the TikTok tell us where it was at on the map or in the city? How to get there? An address?
I
I actually do know. Remember, I know where they're at. They're at an old data center not too far from here.
Right. So, are we just gonna go
Yeah,
there and say,
please.
"Hey, that amp is ours. We want it back"?
We do that, and we risk a fight. Are you ready for that?
I'm down for some aggressive negotiations.
let's do it. I'm armed.
There's
But are you dangerous?
6 of us or 5 of us, and
Well, yeah, the
that's not cool.
Brainiacs.
Fine.
I mean, Dave, I would. Oh, I think we went over. I kind of I don't know a ton about the Brainiacs, just like basic stuff, right?
Yeah, I
Um,
think most of you either knew very little or almost nothing, except for X.
Yeah, I think that was the general consensus that we got. That like all of us were kind of iffy on the details.
You
but-
knew who the Brainiacs are. They're like
Yeah.
one of the most famous gangs in Night City, and they're supposed to be really smart, and that's about the one that
Well, if
Well,
Fuzzy
so
seems to be of Dignition, then they don't seem that much of a threat.
well, maybe our Lich here can. But if these guys are smart, you know, like they're gonna have some smart guy kind of traps around.
I don't know.
their
I don't
hideout
think
or
they're that
whatever.
smart. You see, the problem is they stuck around after they took the shit. You beat the guy up, then take his shit, and everybody walks away. You don't sit there and hang around after you take everything. That was pretty stupid of you.
Yeah, that's a good
I will.
point.
I will say it looks like the ones who are remaining look like stragglers who were trying to get anything else that may have been missed by the majority. Like I did say, they were going through stuff and things like that. So there was nothing left of value. So maybe that's the stupid move. But they were clearly checking to see if there was maybe
If there's
something.
anything to be able,
Are they net runners?
I mean, they-
Some of their members would be. These guys,
Yeah.
they would be very, 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 very lucky to have a net runner of any capability.
well, if there's any disturbance of the sorts, I could probably try and hack into their systems and do something like that. But
How local do you have to be to the system, Lich?
I have to be pretty close to one of their entry points.
All right. We have a general idea where they are, right? Maybe we should
The data center.
do some some asking around. Let me see if I could I feel like my character would be able to, well, no, not in this area.
Yeah, we're in West
Not
Side.
really not really.
Yeah,
a
you're
combat
currently on
zone.
North Side,
Yeah, North
Yeah.
Side.
and
Dave, I never rolled to see if I knew anything about the Brainiacs, but can I make a roll to see if I know where locally, like, the Brainiacs would be gathering or hanging out?
yeah, sure. Make a. I'll let you make a streetwise roll.
Open my character sheet. Alright, where are you, streetwise?
The dice gods give it, the dice gods take it.
Yeah. Okay. You know a
That
bit
is
about
17.
17. Yes. Thank you for pointing that out. People on the stream can't see it. Yeah. So sure enough, you do know a little bit about them. They are primarily operating in the city's center area, kind of just north of the corporate center, the corporate zone. That is an area with a lot of government buildings, a lot of sort of municipal offices and things like that. Pretty peaceful area for the most part. It's you do know with the 17 that the Brainiacs are not known for being a particularly violent gang, so they're not necessarily going to cause enough trouble to maybe allow them to sit around the city center. But they're also a pretty large gang with a lot of like locations throughout the city, and Northside is a bit out of their stretch, but not so far that they couldn't do it. The biggest risk for them is that Northside, is a slaughterhouse territory, and they are a notoriously violent gang.
So they're kind of operating out of their turf here. I say we head over into their turf, find a couple of them, and start asking questions, and put the pressure on a little bit.
Fucking A.
You up for
Let's do
driving,
it.
Javi?
Up, I'm ready. Yep. We'll head out to the van. Beep boop. Unlock it. Hop in, and slide a panel back and offer each of you a comm set.
All right.
I'll put
So
the
that way,
comsat in. Put in
Yep.
a little earwig.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
sit down.
I really didn't expect to be doing something like this today.
Night City, what were you expecting?
I don't know, not this.
Yep. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Boom.
All
Blah,
right.
blah, 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 blah.
The sound effects are key.
Yeah, thanks.
So you get into Javi's car. Again, it's pristine. Assuming Javi, you keep it so good, it probably has like one of those like car cleaner smells to it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
He's got
so-
those Christmas tree new
Oh, yeah,
car
yeah.
smell.
You gotta
That's
be
right.
here.
He has a little Christmas tree thing. There.
Yeah. And just the top of the package is cut, so they last longer.
That's right. You're learning a lot about Javi's character just by sitting in his car.
Ed says like you still got the plastic on that thing, right?
Yeah, but see, as he's driving, you see, if you just cut the little corner out of where the string goes in, then the thing will last longer. Because if you just pull the package off, it's only good for like a week, maybe.
Are you really that poor that you're worrying about a few more weeks? These things are like 1 or 2 eddies.
Exactly.
You know what? You know what? I respect the frugality.
So you guys drive through Northside. Northside is an area that see some old shops that are so there. It's not like it's not the combats or anything like that, but it's seen better days. And after a bit, the cities become a bit more pristine. The streets do. It's very late. It's early morning by this point. Actually, I believe it's like quite early in the morning, like maybe 3-ish or so, as you're driving through sort of the center. So all the buildings down here look shut down and closed. They're like I said before, it's a lot of municipal buildings. You drive by a city courthouse, and so now you're in sort of the city center. What are you looking for? Like you mentioned, looking for brainiacs. Are you going to drive around the streets and say you see some? Like, what's your plan?
Javi's like, did TikTok actually give us an address so we can at least scope the place out?
Nope, I just know they hang around here, so maybe park it and we'll check out a couple alleyways, look for some of the crew making some turf markings.
All right.
And X didn't.
X, do you feel frustrated? Like nobody seemed to listen to you or something like that?
Very much so, and I'm actually going to speak up again. You know, I know where they're at.
Oh,
At least
okay.
what we're looking for.
Let's go.
Give me directions, bro.
That was what I was.
I
gonna-
just facepalm and take another drag out my blunt.
You said that they were in a data center.
You know, they're going to be working in the middle of the fucking night.
No, I'm hoping that there's only a couple there, and we can catch them off guard and just grab our amp and get out of there.
I mean, they are supposed to be in a data center, so.
Listen, we're not looking for the main bunch because
Right.
that's suicide. You
Right.
never go for a group's main stronghold.
Mhm.
What we're looking
Right.
for is this asshole's place, which
Yeah.
is not even qualified to be a stronghold.
Well, no, we're looking for this asshole is what we're looking for. And
This
if he
asshole,
works out
his
of
place, and his men so that we can take his shit.
he's not going to have his men at his place of business. He's going to be, that's where he does his day job. We got to talk to the rest of the crew, find out where he holes up and keeps his stash. which means we
This
got to
is
scare the
not-
shit out of him and get the information going.
He doesn't have a day job.
I'm wondering if I can do any kind like tracking that as a skill. That's really more for like if you're perched in like a sniper's nest or something like that, right?
Well,
Like
it'd be more for like if you're trying to follow somebody and you're trying to look for signs of their
okay.
passage or something like
Okay.
that. That's
You
more
know
for
what?
tracking.
I'm just frustrated, and I don't feel like engaging in this anymore. So I go up to the driver's seat. I turn to Javi. Listen, I'm gonna give you directions. You go. Some of these people, they're a few eggs short of a basket.
Right. So if Javi follows the directions he's given to get to the place they need to get.
All right, so you pull up um, uh, outside of an older, rundown-looking concrete building. It seems to have been largely disused for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of down some side streets and alleyways and things like that. So it's not on any of the main streets, and it has like no windows on it or things like that. And there's a faded sign that says like city center data center.
Mm-hmm.
But it's long since looks like it hasn't been in any real use that you can see.
Anybody on the outside of it?
No, but you can for me a perception check.
Sure.
I'm gonna try to do the same thing if that's all right. I'm gonna
Sure.
try to look around.
Likewise.
You all
19.
scope out the building. You may all make perception checks.
Perception.
Percepzione.
Oof, that's an 11.
Get those ones out early.
It was almost on the 10.
I got an 11.
Two
I
19s,
got
two
an-
11s, and a 14.
All right. So, Adzed and Javi, you both notice that there is a single camera above the door that's watching the door that is indeed kind of like panning back and forth.
Okay. So we got a camera. Okay. That's all I'm seeing from the outside. Anybody what do we think? Do you how are you at cameras, Lich? You there, Lich?
Matter of fact,
I said did I cut out? I said how are you at cameras? Think you can
Well,
find the access point?
maybe I could try and find it from here, yes. Let me roll a check about that, may I? A scanner check.
yeah, go ahead.
There we go. Hope I roll well. Ooh, 6.
I actually have to look up the result on a 6. I was not expecting you to roll roll that low, and I don't even have the now running rules up to see what that result is. I mean, you might still be able to notice something. Let's see. Yeah, scanner. Yeah, that's not very good. You do not notice any obvious access points.
Okay.
If there are any, they're not visible from the front of the building.
I say we just go up and knock.
No.
Kick the door in.
Well, could I maybe try and use more time to...
Yeah, I will point out, and I didn't describe this earlier, the main entrance is secured by a large rusted metal shutter that is currently shut, covering the door.
Yeah.
You guys better have a good plan if we go in guns blazing to the front.
Could I maybe try and use more time to roll again? couple of minutes it takes to.
I'll let you do that, but there's a risk you might be noticed.
Okay.
Because, like I said, this is down some narrow streets.
Yeah.
So y'all are currently sitting outside of this building.
Can I do threat detection to kind of use my combat awareness to kind of look around?
To see if you're being noticed?
Yeah.
Let me first make my roll to see if you get noticed.
Okay.
I rolled 9.
I didn't tell you we got to that point yet. You might have got noticed before you had a chance to roll.
Oh.
So we'll see.
I'd say we just go up and talk to him, knock on the front door.
That's a really bad idea.
Oh shit.
Yeah. All right, Odds-Ed, you can go ahead and make a perception roll.
Okay.
Don't forget it. If you have the point spin on it, it will automatically add it to your roll.
Right. Okay, got it.
Yeah, it already added a 4 to it. Yeah, Odds-Ed, the camera has moved to the van and is now pointing directly at the van and not moving.
Oh, cool. I take out my gun
Rolled an
and
18, yeah.
I take out my gun and I shoot the camera.
What the? Hey, roll the window down first.
Oh wait. Oh well, yeah. The window's rolled down.
What are
You
you
didn't say
doing?
it. You didn't say it. You shoot through the window now.
Okay.
No, you roll down.
Do you know how hard it is to make glass out in the desert?
You roll.
Javi's like holding his ear because his radio communicator's in it.
You shoot the camera.
Yeah. I'm assuming I need to roll a fight.
No, it's
it's
an
not a
inanimate
moving
object.
Yeah, true.
You might miss the first shot, but you'll get the second or third. I'm not gonna. But you do waste the bullet. Well,
That's true.
You shoot the bullet, so make sure you.
Yeah, let me.
What?
So much for talking to him. Now we gotta go in hot.
Javi just is looking at Zed with his mouth open, a jaw agape.
Should I just roll an attack so it uses the bullet?
Yeah, you can go ahead and do that.
Yeah, okay, I'll do that.
But why though?
Because so that it reduces the
So
number
the system
of
will
bullets.
count the bullet being shot.
Yeah.
That's not what I said, but why though?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, what do you mean? But why though? He's looking at us.
I have scramblers.
Bruce is gonna get out of the car and walk up to the data center.
All right.
I'm gonna follow Bruce.
Look, I see a camera. I shoot it. Fuck that.
What, Bruce? What are you doing, Brucey?
I'm
Go
following
and talk
Bruce.
to them. That's what I do. It's my forte.
I'm following Brucey too.
What are you?
Javi's now looking at X.
Hobby?
Huh?
These guys have no eggs in their basket.
If
Nobody knows where the
if
way
they
was
are,
on
they're
channels.
scrambled.
No, there are no eggs. You not qualify as scrambled. You have
Okay.
rocks for brain.
I
Alright,
prefer poached.
All right, real quick, I need to
I don't know if
know
anybody heard that.
what a scrambler does.
It scrambles and descrambles communication.
Okay, not cameras and stuff. Okay, bullet scrambles cameras.
Also, but
Bullet feeds camera.
David, I do also have the bug detector.
All right.
I'm gonna stay aware of that. But yeah, I'm gonna be following Brucey.
I face palm.
Oh.
I'd sell you, Hobby. Lock the door.
I'm gonna give.
Unless you're coming
Okay,
with, stay with the car.
X gets you got out.
I'm about to, but before
Okay.
I do, I take Hamtaro out of my breast pocket and put him in the car somewhere safe.
All right. Well, after X gets out, shuts the door. Javi locks it, pulls his shotgun and rests it in his lap and watches.
All right. So you all have approached the metal shutters.
Yeah, I'm
They
giving
are.
the shutters
I'm still Javi is still in the van.
a big banging knock.
Hobby
Right.
needs to protect the getaway vehicle.
Little pig, let me in.
You know what?
There's no response.
Since we're not going to get anywhere by, talking, since we're being already watched, Brucey, we're going to have to go in. Follow my lead.
All right.
And instead of, doing anything technical, I would like to make an aimed attack at this, inanimate object, which will thankfully make it a critical hit, double. So since I don't need to, roll to hit an inanimate object that can't move, can I just roll my damage and you double it?
No, because that's not how criticals work.
Yeah.
For one.
You just roll.
For two, I was hand waving that because he just shot the camera. I didn't want to bother. Depending on what you want to do, if you're trying to just actually shoot it, and you want to have a particular effect, it's not that simple. I was making it easy for Shane. What is it you're trying to do? You're trying to destroy the door?
Yes. And instead of making 2 strikes, I was going to make an aimed attack. But never mind.
Okay. Because aimed attack would only really helps give you a bonus to your die roll, or if you were doing aimed targeted shot.
Fair enough. Then can I just roll my damage twice?
Yeah, I'll let you go ahead and hit automatically since you're essentially right up next to a door.
Yeah.
Thankfully, martial arts is better than just brawling.
Mm-hmm.
So here's 1.
All right.
There's 2.
All right.
Knock knock.
All right. So this is already going not the way I thought it would.
I assume that since we already destroyed some of their property, we're already going with the FU.
That might be part of why I said that.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I'm just trying to remember. Because you did a total of 22 damage. And cover rolls. Lists how many. Well, you know what? Screw it. If you're just all you're going to do is just beat it until it falls apart, unless somebody's going to come out and do something to stop you, there's no reason for you just not to eventually do it. So you basically take it and you kick the door multiple times. You bruise your hands quite badly because you're punching a metal door. That's the other thing. Punching a metal door. It's not like you have cyber arms, right?
No, but there's no damage for these type of things. Just assume that years of beating people up with cyber, who have cyber limbs and have cyber heads, I've already developed the calluses to ignore this.
There's nothing in the rules about that because most cover rules are about shooting the cover.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It's for all damage because, it's cyberpunk. Most people have monolecular swords that can cut through most things.
But you're not using monolecular swords. You're using your bare fists.
Using meat hands.
Yeah.
Yes, but judo is better than, regular combat.
I mean, yeah.
But that's assuming you're hitting a person.
But you also can't judo a door because a door,
yes,
judo
I
is all
can.
using the force of the object against it. A door doesn't have any force against you right now.
Listen, rules as written, damage goes burr.
Yeah, but rules as written only go so far in scenarios. They don't account for every possible scenario.
Yeah.
I think they just don't assume you're going to try punching.
I would also like to remind you I have grafted muscle and bone lace.
Okay, that's fair enough. Okay, here's the part I was looking for.
Once I get that linear frame, well, if I get that linear frame.
All right.
Ooh.
A metal door made of thin steel has 20 hit points. So that is enough to break through the door. You may not have taken any damage on your hands, but thanks to the grafted muscle and bone lace, you don't break your wrists or fists punching the door, but you have cut up your knuckles horrendously. It's not, you don't need stitches or anything. They're all surface cuts, but now you've got blood smeared all over your knuckles for punching a door. a metal door hard enough to break it.
Also, as a side note, there is actually a rule about not being able to break thick cover, unless you have a body of 10 or higher.
This
I
is
got
a metal
body of
door is
10.
specifically thin steel.
Yeah.
I
So-
got body 10. It don't matter.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thanks for pointing that out. So yeah, so you break through the door, and I need everybody to roll initiative because they're shooting at you.
Oh, goody.
So,
Oh, and right under it, there is a thing of steel cover can't be damaged unless you have a body of 10.
Hey,
so
Now, is this the point where I can?
yeah. So right now, y'all don't roll initiative. I'll need to create a map, and populate it.
And I allocate my
Yes.
combat.
Yes, before you roll, you will allocate. This is actually I have to make do with what I've got.
Okay.
This is not the scene I had prepared because I was not expecting you to just try to punch through the thing.
well, I already knew that I could, and I was like, well, if we're already
Well,
going
you did
like
not
this-
know that you could. You convinced me through much arguing that I would allow you to do something that's not normally humanly possible.
I mean,
It's cyberpunk.
I mean, by the rules, it does
Still
mention
not.
that
It
brawling
does say
attacks-
there are things in the rules that support it, but
brawling attacks made against
but
steel.
just because something.
are
Let me
wrong.
put it this way: this is just because something is not explicitly disallowed in the rules doesn't mean it's automatically given permission.
I know, but still,
Well-
I will argue where I can.
Well, what he did was actually
God.
was actually put by the rules that he could.
Yeah, but he didn't know that.
Yeah, fair. That's fair. But yeah,
Okay,
Sorry,
so
I am.
The rules vindicate me.
you're lucky that you have exactly 10 because otherwise you just couldn't break.
The rules vindicate
That
me.
was heavy. Thin one, you can't.
wait, where is our initiative?
Yeah, I'm trying to find out myself.
He's got to load the map up.
I've got to
so he
load
can-
the map so you guys. Can
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but like, where am I gonna find that on my seat though?
It's not on your sheet. You have
Oh,
to wait
okay.
for it to
No,
load.
it's yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, it's gonna be on the token itself. Fair.
Yeah, you right click your token and select the little cross
Yeah, fair.
blades.
I forgot about that. Switching from roll 20 back to Foundry. Ooh, it's dark in here.
Because your token's not on the map yet.
The void.
Just a heads up, it did not transfer the stream camera to the new map.
Oh,
The stream was no longer in the game.
oh.
It's showing. There we go.
I have to
I don't know,
some
it's
adjustments to
agent.
these files.
I'm the map. I'm the map. I have gone Oonga Boonga Caveman.
That's not gonna work because then it just takes you. Okay, good to know. All right. All right. So, can you guys see the map?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. So
I see
now
black.
You see black.
And the
Yes.
the stream cam is stuck on the agent view.
Do you still see black, Frosty?
Yep.
Well,
The stream
should not
camera
be able to
popped
see.
up.
Yeah, but you still cannot see anything.
Nope.
There is a large black area, Frosty. If you move to the right, maybe click to the right, and
You try scrolling outwards.
All I
there's,
see is black.
from.
I see
okay.
a red door and I want it to be black.
You know, I was thinking that exact same thing.
Great minds think alike.
Let's see.
Says you got vision. Everybody else can see.
I'm refreshing.
Yeah, maybe that would help.
All right. Well, let's do that. I will add everybody to the combat. All right. So yeah, now you guys can go to the combat on the upper right, and you can roll.
You knocked my dice.
Luckily, I don't think it actually impacts the die roll.
No, it doesn't. I'm just being pedantic.
You know what? I bet Frosty. There. Now can you see?
I'm loading in still because I had to.
Okay.
I tried refreshing.
You were not. You were not in your role as Bruce. Might have been it.
All right, now I can see.
All right. So Sky and Frosty, you both need to roll initiative. Go to the little cross swords at the upper right.
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
14.
So Adzed, you see X break down the door. There are, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 brainiacs, all armed with SMGs pointed at the door, and they're clearly about to open fire at the people who are clearly trying to kill them.
Okay. I think. Okay. Looking at this situation, do I see any worthwhile cover?
You can go back out the door and like around the corner.
Okay.
Any object that you see there in the room is covered. So you could,
Okay.
for example, like run around corners, like over here, for example, and get behind cover if you've got the distance to do it.
I think Adzed kind of wants to see if Brucey will be able to talk them down after all this. So I think Adzed's gonna shout, "Don't shoot!"
All right.
What?
Bruce, it's your turn. Adzed yelled, "Don't shoot." What are you going to do?
And he moves into cover.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you move out the door and around the corner. We'll
Yeah.
just...
Like right here, right?
Yeah, right. Got everybody selected. That's right. Right. Like there. Yeah. Okay.
He is armed.
I will.
Just so clear.
Bruce is going to walk in and kind of get behind cover here, and shout, "Hey, look! We're looking for Glitch. We don't want any problems with all yours. So why don't you just knock it out and let us talk?" And I'm gonna try and
All right.
persuade them.
Good luck. Remember, you have luck. Right.
Yep.
Yes.
I am going to spend 3 luck.
That's a good idea.
Oh. Of course.
No. No.
Oh, Frosty, you still succeeded.
Wow.
So
I
everybody
rolled
watching
a
the
nat
stream,
1,
Frosty
but I
rolled.
got a 17.
Yeah, you rolled
You
two
rolled
ones,
two
a one followed by
ones.
another one. But because you spent 3 luck, you still succeeded because it was going to be difficulty 15.
Ooh.
Because they don't want to get in a fight; they can avoid one.
Okay. Holy
They're brainiacs. They're not known for like getting into fights. So they can do it.
So now we know that you can roll an add one and get your persuasion.
You all notice all the brainiacs looking towards this guy over here, and sort of anticipation. They haven't taken their guns off you, but they seem like they're waiting to, like, for orders or something.
Okay.
Javi, what will you do?
Javi's still sitting in the van, and
Oh,
he's
that's
looking
right.
around to make sure nobody's coming up behind the crew.
All right. I'll just leave you there so you can see the fight.
That's fine.
Uh,
Yeah, it'll
Black
change
Raven.
if there's a gunfight starts. It'll change, but right now he's just kind of looking at this whole group as a bunch of weirdos.
Black Raven, what will you do?
I will hold an action. My
Okay.
action, if anything goes off, and I still have the ability to, I see that door. I'm opening it and weighing a can of whoop ass on this person behind it.
Okay. I think when you hold an action, can you? I don't think you can both move and attack, right?
Mm.
So you'd have to move, then hold your action.
Then how about this? I am waiting to dodge, but I'm also pounced to attack. I'm basically in that position of, I'm going to fuck you up if you do anything. Don't
Uh, so,
think I won't.
so you're trying to look intimidating
I am
and be ready.
intimidating.
Oh.
I
Roll an
punched through their
intimidate roll.
wall.
Let's see
I
what
love
the
the
dice say.
confidence.
Yeah, roll an intimidate roll, and I'd love to see you roll a 1 followed by a 10 after that statement.
Oh boy.
Uh,
Well, you
well,
won't.
there
I'm
is
sure
no
you'll roll just fine.
intimidation. There's only persuasion.
Oh, persuasion. Yeah, I'm
is
sorry.
intimidation.
So what's
It
this
is
drive?
intimidation.
11. I'm not that scary.
You're not that
according to them.
intimidating.
I feel scary.
You feel. Hey, man, it's all about the confidence, right?
Yep.
Black Raven looks like he thinks he's intimidating. But they're. I mean, you don't look stupid or anything. They're just not paying much attention to you.
He's as
The
intimidating.
person that doesn't have any guns out standing there, they don't know you're a lethal weapon with your fists. So they're just.
Yeah, they don't know you're the one that broke the door down.
That's right. Yeah, they don't
Bye.
even know that much.
Even though your hands are bleeding.
They would have if you hadn't shot the camera.
That's true. That's true.
But then
That's
if you
my
hadn't
bad.
shut the camera, you wouldn't have had to break down the door with your fists. All right, people. All right, Lich Queen, what will you do?
Okay, I am going to. I'm going to keep my hand on my pistol. But, I'm not going to attack with it.
All right.
I'm just going to be preparing it in case that things go wrong.
All right. The guy who's around the corner kind of looks at the other ones. He kind of puffs himself up a bit, and he steps out. He does not look particularly confident or intimidating. And I will show you what he looks like. And just 1 second. That's a man who kind of steps out from behind the corner. He's very young. He's got this leather jacket on. He's got sort of glasses. He says, I'm Glitch. Is it, normal for you to punch or destroy the front door of somebody who you're not trying to hurt? Keep in mind, I've got SMGs pointing at you.
Well, we don't exactly look worried, do we? But look, we're just here to talk. If you had opened the door, we wouldn't have had to tear it down like the big bad wolf.
Usually somebody knocks if they want the door opened.
I did knock. No one responded.
Yeah, but that was after you shot our fucking camera.
That's
We
my
got my
bad.
guys on.
That's my bad. I see
Well,
a camera.
tough shit. It's our house. We'll point our eyes wherever we want.
That
Well,
guy's that guy's a
I'm
bit
sorry.
trigger
I'm
happy.
sorry. You're here to talk.
I'm going
sorry.
to give him
I'm sorry.
the big
But you scared the
toothy
living shit out of me.
I'm going to give him the big toothy shark grin and say, look,
That
you
doesn't
wanna
help.
keep talking, or do
That
you want us
doesn't
to
help.
get messy?
I'm sorry,
I
but
thought you
That's
wanted
like-
to talk, not intimidate me.
AdSense like, hey, that camera thing, that's my bad. I'll buy you a new camera if I got.
Yeah,
to.
he's a bit trigger
That's my
happy.
bad, dude.
Well, okay, fine. Look, you're a scary shark tooth girl. I get it. I'm here to listen.
Well, it turns
Why don't
out...
you tell us what you want?
All right. Turns out you took something that was promised to us. and we're just here to get it.
Can you
It
be more
belongs to us.
specific?
Yeah, it's an amp. You took it from the guy TikTok. Now, I understand he owes you a lot of money and you were just roughing him up, doing the business, taking anything of value so that you could pay off what he owes. But, you see, the problem is you happen to take that amp that was promised to us. Now, that's all we're really after. We just want to get the amp out of here that is ours and all in due course. Now, we can... the way I see it, there ain't no reason why we can't just part ways amicably once you hand over the amp. And hey, just take it out of what the camera and the damage to your door out of what that guy TikTok owes you, since he's the reason we're here in the first place.
Yeah, well,
Or things can get messy.
problem is that that's ours. He owed it to us. It's properly ours now, and whatever agreement we had with TikTok, that's between you and TikTok. If you want it, I'm happy to deal with you.
I'm giving you a chance here. I'd hate for my team to have to mess you and all your boys up. You really want to die over an amp?
Do you really want to die over an amp?
You think you'd take us down?
I've got more guns. Matt says I would win that fight.
You know, by my calculations, there's about 6 of you, and there's 4 of us. That still means you're 3 undermatched.
And we've got a solo on our side.
I don't understand your math there. We outnumber you.
One of us can take out a lot more people than yours ever could.
You sound like you're talking out of like a role-playing rule book about matches and what mooks and lieutenants or maybe something like that. You don't know what I am. I could be a boss.
You are nobody.
Okay,
you are less
Sky,
than
honestly, are you trying to use the rules from the rule book to try to say?
No, I'm just calling him a nobody.
Right. But no, he says, look, if you want the amp, that's fine. You can pay for it.
You've stolen something that rightfully belongs to us. Now,
I took back property that was owed to us. I cannot guarantee what deals you had with TikTok. That's not my business. He's kind of like leaning up, kind of like up against the wall. His arm misses a bit, but then he puts it back up. And then leans a bit better.
I'm gonna try and showing the teeth try and scare him into giving us the amp. I'm gonna tell him, look, you might have us outnumbered, but we got a solo and we're just itching to dance. So all we want is the amp. You really want to test your crew?
Okay, make a roll.
Can they get a bonus since I, bust down the door?
No, because you already tried an intimidate roll and you failed.
I tried.
Ooh.
All right,
That
so
is a 21.
Yep. He looks at you. I can't give it for nothing. I owe money. Like, people are expecting this. I did not take it for myself. Do you understand? I've got people scarier. Look, you're a very scary woman. I'm trying to help us here. I'm trying to make a deal. But if I give this to you, then I'll have somebody more powerful and scarier than you down my throat. Do you understand me?
That kind of sounds
Now,
like
if you're in a situation
place.
here, I'll let you take it. But understand, you'll be the first person I describe on my lips when my boss comes and asks me why I don't have the goods that they're promised. And if you don't believe that, trust us, we got plenty of footage of you here trying to take it from us.
And since Lich,
I'm trying to help you here.
Hey,
by giving you the opportunity to take it, but I need something in return.
Could I maybe do a scanner roll since now I'm on the inside to see if there's a port on the inside of the room?
You may.
Okay.
I'm gonna spend some luck this time.
It's a good idea. By the way, Adzeg comes back in the room. I was trying to move my thing, but I couldn't.
Much better. Yeah, in this room, there's actually a computer that you can see through the open doorway,
Yeah.
and that's clearly an access point.
First, let us hear what you want for it.
Yeah.
All right. There is. My bosses have been trying to get in touch with somebody for quite a while, and they've been unable to do so. All I want you to do is find this person and let her know that we want to talk to her and get her to at least hear us out. We have a job for her, but she's a bit reclusive.
So you're just looking
What's
to
her
hire
name?
her for a job.
We're just looking to hire her for a job. That's it.
What's her
You don't have
name?
to tell us where you found her. You don't have to tell us anything along those lines. You just have to tell her that we want to talk to her and give her a job.
What's her name?
I was holding off on that because I have to look it up.
Oh. Sorry.
Average DM.
Cypher. She
I
goes
thought
by
this-
Cypher. She's a net runner.
Cypher.
Hmm.
Oh.
You may all make streetwise rolls to see if you know who Cypher is.
Okay.
I feel like I'm playing 40K again. Who is this cipher?
Can
Now
I
watch
hear
this
this
fail.
since we have headsets on?
As
Or not.
long as somebody has an open communication with you, yeah, I'd say so.
All right.
Definitely hear from my end. I'm passing to you.
I rolled a 16.
Adzeb rolled a 17.
Streetwise.
Black Raven and Lich Queen both rolled 11s. So
Streetwise. Huh.
It's under social skills.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a good roll.
Oh, I
All
forgot
right.
to.
Respectable
I
number.
know what I'd like to do, but what did you guys say? Hey, my fellow compatriots.
well, let me answer the questions that people brought up about her. So Cypher, is a very those of you who rolled a 16 and 17. So that's Bruce and Adzed. You've heard of Cypher. She is a net runner. She is considered very good, like top tier net runner. So if this guy had said he was looking for her on behalf of one of his bosses, you have no belief that this guy would even have anywhere close to the Yetis to pay whatever fee she would charge. But she is known for being very hard to find.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be quite sure on maybe where to begin. But you add Zed. You know, because you got slightly better roll, that probably part of the reason why is that she normally doesn't deal with gangers. She's probably avoiding them. So you might have an easier time trying to find her than they would.
Oh, okay.
Javi's gonna send a message to Lich Queen over the comms and be like, "Hey, just tell him your boss in the van has messaged Cypher. She says she'll get to these guys when she gets to these guys. She has no time for them right now."
Well, this is me. I would know this. I don't know if Javi would.
No, he heard the name Cypher. He has no clue it is. But he's
Oh,
like,
oh,
just tell him that. Yeah, he has no clue. So he's just, hey, just tell him your boss in the van knows Cypher. He just sent her a message, and the response back was, "I'll get to him when I get to him."
You know what, Glitch? I got a better proposal for you. Solves everybody's problem. We happen to have a pretty competent net runner ourselves. if you've got a job that needs a netrunner, why don't you give us the amp and pay us to do the job, and our netrunner handles the situation for you?
What's your name? He's looking at. He's looking around. You don't have virtuality goggles on you. You just have cyber eyes. So I guess he only looks at. He's fairly smart. You're wearing a bodysuit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, he looks at you and says, "What's your name?"
You can call me Lich Queen.
All right. Let's see if he knows who you are.
I was about to mention myself that, worst case scenario, I could just delete all of the security footage that you so relied on us having, but
He thinks about it for a bit. Says, I think I've heard of you. Wait, but I don't, my boss is pretty specific about who he wants for the job. And for you,
Nope.
I mean, how do you know we haven't already sent the footage? How do we know the footage isn't sent on a regular basis?
because these type of storage data record up to 72 hours of footage. That means that you probably send it about every 42 hours to make sure that there's a constant backup to the servers. Your boss wouldn't know because otherwise he would have already sent backup by now since we already saw it of the cameras. That means he has no idea that we're here. Now,
couldn't we have just sent it as soon as we saw that you were there and shot the camera so that we would have our bosses know that?
that's a possibility.
Hold on, though. I got to make
This
a roll.
back and forth bores me.
Make a human perception roll there, Sky.
Okay. Human perception. There we go. Yep.
Oh,
Ooh.
Yeah. He did not send anything before you came.
Don't lie to me. And I know for a fact that from where I'm standing right now, I can easily reach to your access points, hack into your architecture, and just delete everything that your poor operation relies on. Would be the same, wouldn't it? All of that data that your boss.
Okay. Look. Even if I didn't send them the videos, if you kill us and they're expecting the goods and the goods are gone, do you think they're not going to try to figure out who took the goods from them?
They ain't gonna miss an amp.
What even is the mission that your boss needs from this netrunner?
I don't know.
Look, we ain't gonna be sitting here going around and around chasing another pony by the tail.
Fine, take the goddamn amp. Jesus Christ. Try to get you to do one simple thing. Could have just said fucking no, all right? But no, take the amp. All right? You've called my fucking bluff. Take the amp. And he goes over and he points a gun at the amp. Or do you want me to shoot it first?
Oh, no, that would be a mistake.
Yeah, just take it.
Adzed says he feels a little bad. He's like, look, if I hear anything about Cypher, I'll let you know. Okay, I know a little bit about her. She gets around, but I think you know kind of why she's probably hasn't gotten back to you. She's not a big fan of gangers.
Yeah, well, that's kind of why I was hoping to work out a deal with you, but nope. You don't want to. You don't want to work out a deal. You just want to take what you think is yours. Just take it.
I'll
Raven, you want to grab that amp for us?
Get the hell out of my hair. You ruined my day. I got to replace the door. I got to replace the camera. You could have just not.
I'm a man of my word. If I hear anything from Cypher, I'll get word to you. Glitch, right?
Glitch. Thank you.
Thank
you. If you do that, I will owe you one. All right.
Appreciate it.
I can do favors for you. Right.
Appreciate it.
I'm not totally incompetent. It's just a bad day. All right. It's just a bad day. All right. You notice all the other people They're kind of like looking at him and back. They look kind of embarrassed about that situation. They lower their SMGs.
No, GM. I can fix the door. It's a base attack, right? Can I fix the door?
Yeah, you want to try to fix the door? Yeah, please.
I look at them. I feel pity for them. I will roll as I just, pop out my tool hand. Ugh,
You know
I
what?
fixed the door.
Holy shit!
Can I try and repair the camera then?
Sure. While he's working on the door, you won't get the field expertise bonus, but yeah, make an electronic security roll. You don't fix the camera. It's been blown up. You rolled an 8.
You
Just
get
so everyone knows.
electrocuted.
Black Raven, you rolled a 26 to fix the door. So you patch up the door, you hammer it back into place. I don't know if you have like a welder or something like that, but if nothing else, you use duct tape.
It's my tool hand. I got whatever I need.
Okay, so you use whatever tools you need to patch up the door. Glitch actually looks very appreciative. It says, "What's your name?"
I go by X.
X. All right. I appreciate you going the extra mile there, X. Scary Shark Lady. We'll talk another time, I'm sure. I hope not. Just go.
Hold on.
got
Let me
your
see if
answer.
You'll
let me
learn
see if
to
I
love
can't
her.
fix that camera too. You mind if I see?
Yeah, I mean, please. It's by all means. It's not like you can make it worse. You managed to. It takes you probably a good 20 minutes to like piece together all the little bits and pieces. It's a bit. It's not going to last for much longer. It needs a properly new camera, but you got it to work again.
It's going to glitch out, kind of like your namesake, but it'll work.
I don't know if you noticed. There's a reason why I'm called Glitch.
But I handed
I
to
just
him.
wanted to be a tech guy. I wanted to work in IT, and this is where I ended up. Wait a
Let
second.
me guess.
Wait
You
a
couldn't-
second. Did you say your name was X?
Yes.
I did not see you. Now get out.
Yep. You didn't.
I did not. For fixing my door, I did not see you in camera. So get your amp and go, and I ask that you leave like now.
Yeah.
You got it, Glitch, and I'll get word to you. I'll look around. You got my word.
So
As we're walking out, Adzad's like, "Oh, I think that went well."
Better than expected.
Um,
But I don't want to come here ever again. If we need to come back here for any reason, I am not with you.
Fair enough.
you can stay in the van.
You pretty much convinced him to give you the amp right away. He was just trying to get whatever he could out of you in the process.
Before we leave, I would like to go up to Glitz and give him a business card of mine and says, if you need anything, well, call me.
Thank you. Sometimes we need a netrunner. Yeah, thank you.
Probably more competent than half of the people in here. We should run a tighter ship.
Like I said, I wanted to be in IT, all right?
If I find a good IT job, I'll try and contact you about it.
That would be great. Problem is, they might kill me now if I try to leave, so I'm kind of stuck. But I appreciate the thought.
If we need an IT guy, I'll think of you.
Let's just go.
Now we're recruiting for IT professionals.
IT, yeah.
Also, GM, I just realized something. My hands wouldn't be bloody because of my spiked gloves.
Actually, they might be equally as bloody because metal on the
gloves will dig into your knuckles
yeah.
and stuff.
They're
As someone who's used
They're not
spike
protective gloves.
well, whatever.
They're those spikes.
Also, as you
Whatever.
punch that,
It's
that's
Superficial.
purely cosmetic
Yeah,
damage. It's
superficial.
nothing serious.
I was gonna get out, load the amp in the back, shut the door, get back in, start the van up, and say, "Let's go."
You're reading my
Yeah.
mind, Javi.
Don't have to tell me twice.
I get out a blunt and take a nice long drag. This has been a fucking day.
So, just so I understand how our crew works, right? As he's driving away, we shoot cameras, we rip off doors, and then we talk sense.
Apparently.
Look,
Wait, threat, then talk sense.
look.
Got it. Cool.
Sometimes I'm sorry. It's a reflex. You don't know where the footage for those cameras goes. You know, it could be,
No,
go
I'm
into
not-
some, go into some
It's
data
cool.
center.
You can
They
shoot
might be
all.
trying to.
No,
They might be trying to
Well,
sap your mind energy.
wait. You think the camera on the data center building is going to some data center?
it did say data center.
You do
No.
realize that whatever data center that it was going to is probably long now defunct. As I look up at the sign, isn't that,
Hang sideways.
yeah, Choboy's Technologicals? Yeah, that long defunct.
Look, dude. Hey, CIA fronts come in all shapes and sizes. You never know. You
got the government after you?
I had a recent bout of, not too recent, a few years ago. I'll be frank with y'all. I had a little bout of paranoid psychosis, but it was a mild, mild to
it ain't
mild to
paranoid
severe
if
case.
they're actually after you.
As they're saying
see,
that,
see, that's yes. You're right. You're Brucey. You know what's up. You know.
as they're
Brucey.
as
I've
they're
been on the
chatting,
streets. I know what I'm talking about.
I really don't want to be your shrink.
Should
I
I,
could,
then you should not
but
have
I
taken
don't
Lance
want
in
to.
MedTech.
as they're chatting in the back, Javi would like to send a text to Toon since she got tricked into giving him her contact. And he'll text to her, got Amp, where to meet and when.
All right. She sends a text to Bruce. Like,
What the
meet me
hell?
back at the bar. I'm still here. Anytime.
All right, looks
Bruce,
like
you get a random text from Toon.
Toon is
Hey,
avoiding
Toon wants
you like
us
a
to come
plague.
back to the bar. I guess she heard that we got the job done.
How'd she hear that?
We should have some celebratory
I
drinks
sent.
too.
He's like, I sent her a message.
Oh,
Grumble, mutter.
Hey, you guys ain't passing your love notes
Ouch.
through me. I ain't doing that.
Hey,
This ain't middle school.
the message saying we got the Amp. She decided to talk to you. Maybe she's
Well,
into girls.
It's
Whatever.
gonna,
Hey, who ain't into Bruce?
it's going to be a bit before we get to the bar, and I'm gonna be real with you. I don't trust any food from the places here in Night City. Too much scop. Who wants some lunch?
Lunch.
Okay.
4 in the morning.
Yeah.
Wait, what
Are
time
you
is
sure
it?
you don't mean breakfast?
It's 4 in the
let's-
morning.
Let's find a diner, a Tom's Diner or whatever
No.
it is.
Dinah
No.
sounds good. Dinah sounds good.
No,
Pancakes.
I'll
what's
cook you something.
yeah?
Yeah, if you pull over, I can extend the side, and I got a stove.
I think they have ordinances about that, and I'd rather not get the NCPD on my ass though.
We're cooking.
We're not in.
in
we're
your
not-
camper van.
I mean, we're in the city. We're not in
Listen,
butt fuck
Javi,
Badlands.
keep driving
Right.
where we need to go. Thankfully, I'm stable enough. Now, who here likes BLTs?
I'll take a BLT.
You guys eat that rabbit food with your bacon?
What, you just want bacon sandwich?
Javi is driving toward the bar while they cook in the back, I guess.
The smell of bacon permeates throughout the vehicle. It's boar bacon. I also have vegetable juice. I've got tomato juice. I've got this green juice that's a mixture of jalapeno and kale.
Oh,
And I have tomato.
You know, you can make a pretty. Yeah, got any eggs?
Yes.
Yeah.
As I pull out a dozen.
Shit, you can make
Well,
a
can
ripping.
I ask, where were you keeping those eggs?
In my refrigerator.
All right, okay.
There
In
is
the
actually
camper?
a fridge.
All right, that's
Yeah.
good.
Okay. It's
I just
Yeah,
imagine X just like pulling up like random eggs out of his pocket. My first question was, how are they not break? And the second question was,
Well, you want to know what I
where-
do pull out of my pocket? It is
Yeah.
something that you would not expect.
Spanish
It is,
Inquisition?
No, it's a magic mushroom. Lots of
Oh, okay.
psilocybin.
Why would I not expect that? That's not at this point. That sounds exactly like what I would expect.
I
Anyone
truly
wanna-
thought.
How many blunts has your character smoked in just 3 sessions?
I
think
tru-
like 5.
I truly thought this was leading up to a Spanish Inquisition joke. I truly thought that.
Yeah,
What?
it would have been.
Well, actually, no, I'm not
Only,
that.
only one because he kept relighting it. And it's really big. It's a Cheech and
Now,
Chong.
I also have some homemade moonshine, but I warn you, it's well, it's not that it doesn't taste good.
Hey, with the shit you got though, with the tomatoes and the eggs and all that stuff, you could make a pretty ripping shakshuka, man.
Is that what you want?
Hey, if you know how to make it.
Sure, why not? Here, I'll get to it.
Shit.
All
Right.
So,
That's a-
Javi,
yeah.
you were driving through Night City.
Uh-huh.
Your van smells great.
Right?
No longer smells like your air freshener, though.
No.
Now it smells like bacon and some tomatoes.
Yeah.
Bruce, based off of your description, you're probably looking at everything but the bacon in disgust. Because that was
Bruce,
the
yeah.
only thing that seemed to be of interest to you.
Brucey, I'm
What about
sorry
the
we
bread?
don't have any anchovies for you. Sorry about that.
You know, what are you thinking? You gotta get some.
I haven't been fishing since
do
I was
like-
back in Maryland.
And the fish here have 3 eyes. You don't want to be eating them anyways.
That's
they're
the fish
all-
in New York.
All the good ones are imported.
Yep.
Nobody can fucking afford that. Well, who knows? Hey, if we keep on like this, you never know.
Well, you can't afford the good stuff, but let me tell you, Biotechnica has a lot of stuff that they've forgotten about, and I know my way around the wasteland. Mother Nature still provides to her children, even in these weird times of cybernetics.
All right. All right.
You got a hippie in your group.
We're here.
Do not dare call me a hippie. I am simply one with nature. That does not make me a hippie.
Kind of
Probably
does.
literally-
It kind of does.
Javi hops out with a BLT in hand and heads for the bar.
All right. Is everyone else going into the bar?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm bringing Hamtaro.
Yep, I will be walking in.
All right.
Do
So-
you
I'm
remember
saving,
Hamtaro,
pocketing
right?
I
some
do
bacon
remember
for Charlie.
Hamtaro.
Okay, so after everybody gets out and heads toward the bar, Javi turns around, opens the back, grabs the amp, shuts the door, locks it, and heads toward the bar. He thought somebody else would grab the amp, but evidently not.
If you don't do it,
Right.
Yeah. So you go into the bar. The place is, as a matter of fact, it's locked when you go up to the door, but then somebody immediately opens up the door when you approach it. Like they must have seen you coming up.
Must have had a camera. He looks at Zed, eyes narrowed.
I will restrain myself.
It's Toon who opens up the door. Like, great, come on in. Took a little
Toon.
longer than I expected, but glad you made it. Yes.
So, we had some difficulties.
We had to go chase it down. Someone stole the amp. We got it back, though.
Yeah, Toon got bankrupt.
I'm Toon.
No, TikTok.
TikTok.
Sorry.
You're thinking
I
of
was like,
TikTok.
you like bacon?
Is,
Officer,
is,
half a
is he
sandwich.
okay? Is he hurt?
TikTok
A little
is
bit.
currently in their place. They have suffered major damage to their ribs, maybe a broken finger. I have given him first aid. However, you should really send someone to look after them. If you want, I can help, repair the place. It is not my place to tell you this, but I will tell you that he's 10K deep in debt with the Brainiacs, whom were the ones who ransacked the place.
And stole the amp.
Not good.
That is useful information to know. I'll talk to TikTok when I get the chance, and I'll
He also said that he's probably planning from leaving the city soon.
probably a good idea from the
Oh,
sound of
yeah.
it.
Oh yeah.
On a more
I did not
comforting
realize he was in that much debt, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I was
Mhm.
surprised when I found the documents.
Well, we got the amp anyway, so.
Good, let me see it. Let me see it. And you bring it up to her.
Yeah.
She comes over and she kind of pets it like a little animal. Oh, it's a beauty, isn't she? Ah, she's
nice.
a lovely animal.
Does it go to 11?
It goes to 12.
Holy shit. Why didn't they just make 10 louder though?
Because
But it goes
need
to
it to go
12.
to 12.
Oh, yeah.
Can't argue with that.
Yes. Okay, so here's the first gig. Really miniature Stonehenge on stage. So she invites you all over, and when you sit down, she immediately pulls out a small stack of eddies, and she doles out, and you can all get 500 eddies.
Woo!
Think of that as an advance on our partnership. I will get you a gig. It is end game, just so you know. It is currently early Thursday morning, very early Thursday morning, on April 2nd. I will make sure that you have a gig next Thursday. It ain't going to be very pretty. You have to start somewhere, right? But that gives you a week to become a band. So, I know a guy. And trust me, this one's not in debt. At least, I'm pretty sure he's not in debt. Certainly not to that level. Isn't it? He goes by Decibel. You know, like the sound stuff.
Yeah,
You see
yeah.
a theme going on here, right? Decibel. Lenny Dawson is real name. He's got a little studio. Calls it the Decibel Den. How quaint, I know. I've already booked you time in that studio. It's usually pretty free form. You can go in there and practice when you want. He's got some good sound equipment, just enough to give you a space to rehearse, to get things together, figure out what you're going to name your band, and get back to me on that, please, because otherwise I don't want to be walking up on stage your first gig and be like, "Ee," and then have to come up with something randomly off the top of my head. Trust me, I'm not that creative. There's a reason why I'm a fixer and not a musician. So anyway, I'll get you guys set up at that place. Decibel's a great guy, really, really good. So, sound good? This place is out on North Side. Relatively easy to get to. Should not be a problem.
Good.
Awesome. Awesome.
I still don't know about this, but I'm willing to be a team player. I'm willing to play nice.
Hey.
And hey, you just got paid 500 eddies for doing something relatively simple. So.
Hey, y'all stick with me. X, you stick with me. I'll take care of you.
I need a new band, so this all works out for me.
Bruce, I love you. I'm really excited to work with you, girl.
Looking forward to working with you too. Can't wait to get ourselves into the studio and get some practice.
You're better off without that old band. Trust me.
I agree.
I'll make you a star.
I'm just trying to get some roots in Night City.
Hey, it's something to do.
Would you care for a BLT?
Sure. She takes the BLT offer. She takes a bite. I think this is real bacon.
It is freshly hunted from a week ago.
For us, 1 week ago.
Not horribly mutated, I hope.
No.
Not horribly.
Only mine.
It's mostly just the horrible waters off of.
I'm gonna get cancer tonight.
She set a goal.
Litz is actually gonna.
Also, there's someone I want you all to meet.
Oh,
as I put down the hamster ball. This is Hamtaro.
Oh, that'd make the perfect snack for my pet chompers.
I will beat you to death.
calm down.
Now calm down, calm down. Bruce, you promise not to feed his pet hamster to your pet fish?
Fish.
Chompers.
Fish. Colin
Whatever
Chompers.
Chompers
a
is.
fish. Chomper's my shark.
It lives in the water.
Aren't sharks fish? Anyway, promise not to feed his hamster to your shark.
Yeah, I promise.
All right, X, if she does not feed your hamster to your shark, to her shark, you promise not to beat her to death with your fists.
So, just so I'm clear, you're setting us up a gig for next Thursday, and between next Thursday and now, we have access to a studio that your contact named
Decibel.
Decibel will make available to us. Do we need to contact him to set up times to be there, or can we just show up?
He's usually around during the day. If you show up, you can arrange whatever times you want to meet with him.
Right. And what's the address?
She gives you the address.
He punches it in his little text machine. Cool.
Oh, and a tune. Real important thing here, just for some a bit of knowledge for you, right?
Well,
So-
as y'all leave the Neon Groove for the night or the morning, you have a gig in a week, and you have some time to figure out what to do and how to put something together as a band. You got a week to.
All right, everyone
to make
hydrate.
songs.
We got a redemption in the chat for hydrate, so everyone take a drink.
Okay.
All right.
What?
Gotta get a drink of water.
Somebody in the chat pinged us for hydrating.
But yeah, so before we do that, I'm gonna tell Toon, hey, if you need any IT guys, I might know somebody that could be of use.
I'll keep that in mind.
Hey, if any of you guys want to come back and chill for a little bit, I got beer at my place.
Like the sound of that.
Yeah, Javi's going to take out or type in a message to that guy to Decibel says, "Tunes set us to contact you about using your studio. When's a good time?"
Well,
And send
she
it.
actually said stop by and talk to him.
Yeah, but he said set up a time. When's a good time to stop by?
Yeah, stop by and set up times. I'm sorry. She did not give you his number.
Oh,
Oh.
You
It doesn't matter.
So let's
It
wait.
doesn't
You
matter.
know what?
You guys
Wait,
just show up.
Well, it is. Yeah, it's the morning now. Like it's
Early
the
morning.
morning.
yeah.
It's like four- it's like 4 in the
I'm
morning.
getting kind of tired.
It's probably been a couple hours, right? So it's probably like what 7,
6 or 7
6 a.m., 6 or 7,
It was you were
3 when we went. We're
it
going.
was 2 when you left like TikTok, so it's like closer to 4 now. 2 or
Okay.
3. It's
Okay.
early morning. The specific time
It's
doesn't
still
matter.
quite okay. No, I'm just trying to think if it's like early, like they're starting work, or early people are still fucking
It's-
asleep.
It's a studio in Night City, which sounds like a pretty small place.
Night City is the city that never sleeps for a reason.
Yeah,
True.
but like odds are they're probably not open for a while.
Right.
That's true.
Hence the thought of sending a
We
message that
go,
he
we
didn't
chill,
send
we have
because he
some
doesn't have the
beers,
number.
we relax, we pass out. There's plenty of room on the floor.
Let's do it. Let's do it. You know what? I gotta pick up my guitar. I think. We gotta. All right, if we swing by my place to.
Yeah,
my guitar.
definitely. We can jam
Yeah,
at my
so-
place. Get a little bit of tune in,
Hell yeah!
maybe
Hell yeah.
brainstorm some song lyrics.
Right.
Like,
Tell me where to go.
all right. I direct him to my place in the combat zone.
He stopped at the very edge. Wait a minute. We're going in there? As there's gunfire cracking off in the distance.
Yeah. You know,
in the distance, you just said you're at the edge of the combat zone.
Right.
There's gunfire like right there.
All right, he backs up 100 feet.
Just
Okay,
drive through.
James.
Hey,
I
look.
did not agree to this.
Is my van going to get
Swear-
shot up driving into
Just
there?
a little.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't live in the corporate zone. Everybody.
Yeah, I don't either. I live.
So-
He points west.
Who the fuck would want to live in the corporate zone?
West is the
No,
ocean.
Javi's going to ask seriously. If I go
West
in there,
is the ocean.
yeah, Javi's
Look,
never been in the.
Javi, it's just the cultural center of the city. You got to embrace the Night City culture.
Oh yeah,
Javi,
I don't mind embracing that.
Javi, listen to me.
What?
Listen to me. Combat zones are in almost every major city.
Right.
I grew up in a combat zone, something similar to this. This shit ain't it. I mean, it is a combat zone, but I don't want to go back.
I don't want my van get shot up.
Well,
All right. I'll
Just
tell you
add some
what.
color to the van, some local flavor.
you
He's
know,
just
I
going to stare at you.
I grew up in the corpo zones.
What?
I grew up in the corpo zones.
Great.
Nice.
Ooh, fancy pants, Rich McGee over here.
Fuck you. Okay. All right. Nobody wants to go into my house. That's fine.
No, fine. He guns it.
Oh.
Damn it, Javi, I
Okay,
don't
wait,
feel
hold
like
on.
fixing
Oh.
your fucking car.
You better tell me when to turn.
All right.
Make a drive one vehicle roll for me real quick. Or
All right.
Police is gonna come after us at this rate.
I just want to see how that goes.
Combat zone?
This
No,
is a
they
combat
ain't.
zone. There ain't no
Please don't
fucking
come to
cops.
There ain't no
Combat zone.
fucking. Ain't no fucking cops.
There is.
You go spinning around corners, like beautifully, like even drifting in your van at one point, which is very impressive.
Like holy shit.
And you go around corners and stuff like that. And you come quickly upon Adzed's place.
Yeah, it's a decrepit apartment building. It does not look lived in.
Great.
Just so
Get
we're
out.
clear. All right, I'll be right
I'll
back.
meet you in 5 minutes. And as soon as you're out, he takes
No,
off. And
I'm gonna
starts
go
driving
with
around.
you because
Moving
I don't-
targets are harder to hit.
I don't feel like you're safe going in by yourself. I'm gonna come in with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna
This is-
follow him too.
This
Then.
is my place.
Oh my goodness.
I'm jumping out and following him.
All right, fine. All right, let's go. Yeah, you guys can come over.
So I'm gonna look at Azad and say, for Corpo's rug, I thought you'd be living in a nicer place than this.
Look, I ain't no corpo's rug. I just take jobs where I can.
Yeah,
Listen.
that makes yeah. So you like getting walked by by Corpos? Same thing.
It's not so much walked on as you do what you need to survive, you know? You'll start to see that since you don't have that silver spoon in your mouth anymore.
I haven't had that since for many years now. I've been living.
Fair
outside.
enough. Fair enough. We come into my apartment, which is you wouldn't know it's an apartment unless I said it was, because it is literally just a fucking squat. Like there are people lying out, strung out, not in my place but around the in the building or whatever. You come into my room and it's like there's just spray paint and shit all over the walls, empty bottles, and Adzek goes, those aren't mine. And then he grabs his guitar. I think he has like a practice amp. I think we had established. And so he brings that just in case. He also grabs his. Can I have on my shoulder like my assault rifle? Is that something I can carry on my shoulder? Is that
In the combat zone, you're probably fine.
okay? Yeah, but only
But
in the
walking
combat
around
zone.
Night City with an assault rifle in full view of the cops may not be a good idea.
No, but I ask X. You think Javi would mind if I brought my rifle into his van?
Put it in my duffel bag.
All right, fair enough. Thanks for that. I put it in his duffel bag. And then we leave. He doesn't really have much else. Some clothes, but
Well, well, I don't live that far away from here myself.
you currently?
Yes.
Ah, no kidding.
Ever
Well,
since I came,
you're still pretty new to the city, so I'm
ever
not
since,
surprised I haven't seen you.
ever
But
since I came back to Night City, I decided to live around here. So
fair enough.
so
Fair
far,
enough.
but it's quite loud. So
Yeah, you get used to it. It kind of becomes a little background noise. I think if I lived anywhere else, I'd have to have like a ambient night city combat zone noises in the background. Uh,
wouldn't be Night City if you didn't get harassed by three drug addicts.
yeah, yeah. Well, they're just trying to get by,
So, are you going to go to Lich Queen's place or heading over to Bruce's place?
Yeah, where do we? Do we need?
No,
Does
not
anybody
at
need to
my
grab me?
place. Let's all head to mine. I got beer and leftover pizza.
Beautiful.
I guess.
Do you need to stop
I'm
by
down.
your place, Lich?
Nope.
All right.
All right,
Let's do it.
y'all make it over to Bruce's place. Just to move things along a bit. You get there, Bruce. Frosty, you want to give a brief description of your place?
So it's an old apartment building, but it's all spray painted up. There's people passed out on the side and strung out, and getting occasionally just passed out in piles of garbage or junk or whatever knickknacks they happen to have. And she lets you into the apartment, which does actually have a lock on it. And the rest of the apartment's got just spray painted wall. It's a studio apartment with a small kitchenette, and it's got spray painted walls all over the place. And there's trash littered on the floor, beer cans piled up in one of the corners, and a whole bunch of like packs of warm PBR on the countertop with an old pizza. But one whole wall is taken up by a giant fish tank that's actually well taken care of and cared for, and there's a little shark swimming around in it.
That's it.
Well-
Says.
well,
yeah,
Like an old entertainment center. And then there's a twin mattress on the side with a blanket, and you can see like a small TV set up, an old CRTV that's got a hole in it, and it's got a portrait, a magazine picture of the beach taped to the front of the TV.
on seeing all that, Adset goes, I see you're a woman of taste.
Oh
Look
yeah.
at Rich McGee over here having a lock on their door.
So,
I take note of the lock. I'm like, that's a damn good idea.
Javi, where'd you park your car?
Park it in the garage, Javi. Don't worry. They'll only piss on it, and if you're lucky, you'll get a Banksy on the side of your door.
A what?
Ooh,
Well, if there's a garage, that's where he parks it.
it's probably a good idea.
There's a building that is now a garage. A couple floors have been blown
It's
out.
what I call the garage.
That's right.
The floors are blown out.
Floors
so
have
like,
collapsed downwards, so it kind of creates a ram.
Well, you're living in fucking quality out here. You have a garage and a lock. Wow, unseen in the combat zone.
That'd be $7,000 a month in Manhattan.
yep.
7,000 per
And
It
only-
tosses you guys
slightly-
all a beer, just
and
pulls
only-
it out
and
of
only
the
a-
six-pack, tosses you a can.
couple more rats.
Seeing
And
that
only a couple rats.
not used to being around people that are indifferent to.
That's Shredder. Don't mind him. He's just looking after his turtle family.
Yeah. Seeing the indifference from the other group member or party members here about the fact that nobody seems to care that his vehicle might get trashed. Javi's nervously backing it into the garage. And
I will actually show some concern. Listen, man. Me and you can always repair the damage later. It'll always be quick. It'll always be quick. It's only for a little bit. Here, I'll
Right.
even soften the blow. Did you see
Yeah.
any liquor stores near here?
did he? Would he have seen a liquor store coming
Make a
in?
luck roll for me. So roll a d10 and roll equal to or under your current luck value.
Okay, so if
It's a
D10.
If we were not in the combat zone, I'd say yeah, sure.
D10 plus 5 then, right?
No,
just
roll
a
a d10 and try to
Uh-huh.
get just a D10 and try to roll equal to or under your luck.
Equal.
Hey,
All right. Yeah. There's a liquor store across the street, heavily covered in bars. When you if you cross the street to go in there,
No, he
I
just
will.
points at it. There's one
I
there.
will. I will go. I'm
Okay.
softening the blow. I'm going to go in there.
all right, you
Okay.
walk into this liquor store. It's basically the counter where the people are is like solid, like bulletproof glass encases in the whole thing, with like a locked door leading out. All the liquor is behind locked glass cabinets throughout the entire store.
Makes sense.
And you have to ask the staff member to go and get you your liquor, because as you can imagine, shoplifting is the least of the problems that they have. But it's still a
I
problem.
understand. So ass, gotta get a bottle of tequila, whatever passes for soda, and you got any fuck. Just that. I forgot what the other thing was.
Oh yeah, I can get you some tequila. It's no problem. Well, I mean, you like the worm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they say it adds the flavor to it. I believe it. He walks over. The guy's like a really disheveled, long, scraggly beard. His hair is long and unkempt. His clothing looks like he stole it off of somebody off the street. And
Bag lady chic. Got it.
Yes, right. He goes over, he unlocks one of the cabinets, he pulls out a bottle, closes it, goes over, picks up like a 2-liter of something. It just says cola, and it looks like it's been written in crayon on the bottle. As he comes over, the tequila bottle is an unlabeled bottle, and when you take a sniff of it, you're pretty sure it's just moonshine with food coloring.
Liquor is liquor.
Right. Yeah.
This is where
do
Bruce
I
gets
owe
all
you?
her PBR. It's the only thing that she trusts.
That's the only thing they have. They have one case of Natty Light down the infantry.
It's funny how all the liquor
Wait,
is
they
unlabeled
have Natty Light?
bottles with just crayon.
They have
They have
Natty
one
Light?
case left.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll take that too.
All right. You got one case of Natty Light.
Gotcha. All right.
Oh,
Well,
no.
yeah.
What do I owe you?
He actually looks confused for a moment, as if he's making up a price off the top of his head. 20 eddies?
I slam it down in front of him.
Thanks.
The guy got scammed.
No, I didn't.
No, you did it. He did. The guy got scammed, not Ag.
yeah.
You're assuming the moonshine, it's water with food coloring, and it's a Natty Light, which is, in my world, not worth 5 eddies.
Yeah. All right. So we get it. He parks the car, puts the alarm on, locks it, goes up into this apartment with the ex, and he's looking around. Now this is the first time he's ever seen a shark, so his eyes are locked on that.
It's good size. It's good size.
Yeah, he's watching it swim around. It's like,
What kind of shark is it?
Whoa.
Did you
I looked up the kind of shark and I can't remember the name of it for the life of me.
Would you like me to roll
Maybe
animal
a-
handling?
is it maybe
Is it a Mako?
Mako? I was gonna guess Makos because they can tend to be a little smaller.
Is it a Mako? Is it a cookie cutter?
Aren't
Is it
sand
a
sharks also small? But they're bottom ones, right?
Yes.
yeah, I
Sand
don't
shark,
imagine
dwarf sharks.
is it a
Bruce having
goblin fish?
having a
Is
nurse
it a goblin
shark.
shark?
It'll be a
Goblin sharks are
it'll be a
pretty
revelation next session. How about
Yeah,
that?
you
we'll
go.
say
Okay,
next
all right.
session.
Awesome.
All right.
It's kind of weird how your shark looks like every other type of small shark out there right now.
Hey, you know what? It's beauty in the eye of the beholder. It's
Right.
whatever shark you want it
Schrodinger's
to be when you
shark.
look at it.
You know,
Your
It's
shark.
Schrodinger's shark.
I'm gonna roll animal
Everything you've
handling.
observed and seen.
It's a
what
marble
shark
cat
is,
shark. It's a marble
I'm gonna
cat
roll-
shark.
cool.
I'm gonna
Those
roll
are-
animal
those are
handling
cool.
to see if I can't teach it a trick.
What?
All right, so
What?
you want to go up to the tank and try to teach it a trick. All right. Are you going to feed it a snack as part of the
I'm
training?
gonna
Or?
feed it.
Javi looks at
piece
X
of
and
jerky.
pushes him in the shoulder and said, "Leave your shark alone, man."
All right, make an
At least
animal
ask
handling roll.
permission.
Wait, before you roll. Okay,
Too
you've
late.
already rolled. What is the trick you're going to bring?
I'm
That
going
would
to
actually
teach
determine the
you
difficulty of the roll.
a somersault.
All right. I don't think that's crazy difficult to get it to somersault on command. It takes you like a good hour, right, to teach it. Sharks aren't known for being easily trained.
No.
And then there's me.
Well, you rolled a 17, so if I was,
Bruce is. I mean,
it takes you a while to teach it that you're not certain if it's going to remember it the next time you're there, but you
Right.
do get it to do a somersault for you.
what
And it
what
does
is
repeat it once or twice.
yeah,
You
what
have
is
a feeling
Bruce?
it's not going to remember it forever.
What is Bruce's expression, or what does Bruce look like as?
Bruce looks really excited every
Oh.
time that Raven's hand gets a little too close to the shark's mouth. Like,
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Okay, so all right, cool. So Javi relaxes because the last thing he wants is a fight to break out because X is messing with her shark.
I will say your animal handling roll was certainly enough to not get bit.
I mean, I've been around a rodeo.
Well, and
She
cat
looks
sharks
a little
aren't.
disappointed that he doesn't get bit, but she gives she gives Chomper some of the bacon.
Cat sharks are also not very aggressive, if I remember correctly. I mean, ads I wouldn't know any of this shit, probably. But yeah,
I do.
Yeah, you do. There you go.
And
There you
there's
go.
like fake coral in the fish tank and everything. It's a really nice setup. It's lit up and everything. It's the one thing that in the apartment that looks like she gives any shit about.
The only reason
So
she
the
locks
rest
her
of the
door when she
apartment looks
leaves.
like shit?
Huh?
So you're saying the rest of the apartment looks like shit?
Yeah.
Do you want me to give the apartment a once over? The worksman special?
What? No,
Actually,
this is
competent
lived in.
worksman special?
It's lived in. It's comfortable. You just
Fair
scoop the
enough.
trash over to the side, throw it out the window later.
It's a
Doesn't this
combat zone.
place have
No,
a
it is a
compactor?
trash can.
Does this place not have a compactor?
Not that works.
Ugh. I'll at least do you that favor. Point me to the direction where it is.
Somewhere down on the basement, you go out the door and pick a direction, find your way down the stairs, watch out for the street gangs that are hustling. I know some guy was wearing a wire earlier and trying to go down some deal. They think they killed him, but a few doors down.
I have flashlight and fist of steel. I'll be fine as I take a shot of this moonshine.
So we got to come up with a band name.
Yeah,
That's true.
Javi
That is
yawns.
true.
He's been up for about 24 hours now.
You're welcome to crash on the mattress.
He looks at the mattress. Does it look wrecked?
Yeah, it's just an old twin mattress that she's dragged
He's
up
gonna-
there. It's got like an old pillow.
Is there like
on
a
it.
recliner? Anywhere?
There's an old chair. It's not a
An
recliner,
old ch-
but just
oh,
an old
okay.
chair.
All right.
Looks got a few stains on it.
Well,
It looks like it's from the 70s. It's that like orange
Sure.
felt.
yeah.
Damn. From the 1970s? Holy shit.
It's vintage.
Very.
All right. Well, he'll pop a seat and lean back against the wall unless it looks like it's going to collapse behind him. And then say, a band name, huh? What do you think?
Well, as you are talking,
Uh-huh.
X, you go to the compactor.
Aye.
All right. So
Body part sticking out of it that's jammed it up.
you wander through the building down into the basement where the compactor is, and you've got a moment to try to fix it. It's not going to be very easy. It's probably going to take you a good at least an hour or so.
Basic tech.
The thing looks like it hasn't been used in a decade. Yeah, be basic tech.
Ooh. Eh.
If this was a normal compactor that was simply damaged, I'd say an 18, which is what you rolled, would be enough to do it. This thing hasn't been serviced in a decade. It's rusted shut. It's really not worth saving.
Not even worth scrap.
Pretty much.
Ah,
Pretty much.
well.
The metal's so rusted, it probably is literally not worth the scrap.
Damn.
But just trying to find. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah. So as you're heading out of the of the basement, you walk out of this little utility room. And you're in this large, empty, sort of basement level space filled with these large pillars that go up and down that runs the length of the building. There's all kinds of trash and debris that's been thrown down here over the years. It smells of mold and rust. And, yeah, and at least one or two dead bodies have got to be down here smelling it. And off to your right, you see a group of gangers that are they've got machine pistols and rippers, sort of all grouped up together on one side, and on the other side you see another group, all with like these really shitty looking, like heavy pistols, and you are caught right between them. There are let me see how many there are on each side. I didn't say. Yeah, there are 3 on each side. And they look like they're about to get into a fight, and you're about to get caught in it. X, you are in the middle of a basement. Now, I didn't have a basement photo map to use, but we got this little grungy alleyway, which I think will work. And you have found yourself caught between 3 members of the Piranha Gang, 3 members of the Warrior Heart Gang. Why don't you go ahead and roll initiative? All right. So one of them, this first one's going to go first. He sees you in the middle there, just seeing some chum there. He's going to run up behind this. He's going to pop up behind this counter here, this container, and he will shoot you.
I will try to dodge. Like, what the fuck?
All right.
Ooh.
Oh, they probably hit me.
Uh-oh.
He does manage to hit you.
Damn.
And
All
you
right, let's
take,
see it.
Shit.
Total
No
of,
damage.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but we can just apply it there. Yep, no damage. And then it'll pop behind that container there.
I just kind of look at him like, dude, the fuck?
Yeah, it's your turn.
You know what, fuck it. I'm actually going to get close to him. Like, hey, that wasn't nice. And I'm going to hit him twice, or at least try to.
Go for it. All right.
Wait. Wait, so that doesn't make any sense. Hold up. Because my judo's a 14. So
because it's not adding a judo to it. It's using just hold on. I know what's wrong. Give me a sec.
So I got a 21 because I got a 14. I'm like, the fuck?
I think the attack was probably.
I fixed it. It'll work in the future. So for now, you definitely hit him. So go ahead and roll your damage.
Remember, martial arts, half armor.
It was tied to your regular martial arts skill. It wasn't tied to your
Yeah,
judo.
that's what I was thinking.
No, I was saying half armor for him because I use martial arts. And
Yeah.
Roll damage.
it didn't
So click
go?
no, I'm not saying any damage. You click that little blood icon.
I could have sworn.
Oh well,
I can't see it in the chat.
well. All of you.
11.
There we go. Most of y'all seem to disappear for some reason, so you might want to refresh. All right, you ended up doing 5 damage to him.
And another fist. It's still not doing it right. It doesn't matter, but it's still not doing it right.
Huh.
And this is our first bit of blood spilled in this entire campaign so far.
It worked for me. Could you try one more time?
I'll try one more time. No, it's still using regular martial arts.
I don't know why it is. It did it for me. You're doing it under the fight martial arts attack, right?
Yes.
Well,
You
we'll
know,
just
from now, I'll just do it like this. 21.
Okay. All right. So then we'll just have to roll. You can click the blood drop icon to roll the damage.
Okay.
But that was your 2 attacks. It rolled. You rolled a. He rolled a 24.
So he evades the second one.
You evade the second one. So anyway, is anything else on your turn? You can still move if you want to move.
Well, I'm going to be causing a bottleneck anyway. I'm just going to stick here.
All right. All right. This other ganger is going to rush up to there. He will shoot at you from that point. Okay. All right, and you managed to evade.
Excuse me.
All right, and this warrior heart ganger. Let me check their movement. If I can go. They're running up, but they've got very slow movement, so they're not getting very far. And they can't see you on the other side of that container. All right. And then the last remaining Piranha ganger is going to go. I'm going to double move. He's not going to get far enough to shoot you, so that's where he ends. All right. Top of the round, it's the one that's right next to you. And he's going to go, fuck! And he's going to shoot.
They are all very focused on you.
Well, right now they can't even see the other ones behind that. Yep. It's your turn.
I'm not your fucking enemy. Leave me alone.
He said that after breaking every bone inside of a man's body. He folds him like a fucking wet paper towel and is like, I'm not your enemy.
Well, the warrior heart's about to come up, so they're not all going to be focused on Black Raven in a second. I'm sorry, did you?
The best way to show that you're not somebody's enemy.
Did you want to attack, or what would you like to do?
Oh, my bad.
I'm not your enemy.
You know what? I'm going to disengage, and I'm going to move over here. Like, the fuck?
Like back up, see if they choose a different target.
Yeah, like, fuck off, man. I just want my get back.
Well, this guy here, the thing is, they can see the group of warrior hearts now coming their way. So this one here is actually not going to shoot you, because believe it or not, you are not their main target. He's just going to go there, and then he will shoot at this one there. And that's actually going to be a miss.
Oh,
Yep. They rolled a 16, but at that range, they are currently at a 20 for their handguns. All right. All right. So, Black Raven, is your plan to get out of Dodge right now? Like you backed off, you disengaged. Is your plan to get out of there?
I'm gonna watch how this plays out.
All right. So you're going to try to get on the sidelines. Are you going to try not to be noticed?
Yes.
All right. So why don't you do for me? Make a stealth roll to see if you can. You're pretty good at that.
Not right now.
16 is not bad. It's not bad. Considering they have a lot of other priorities going on, you managed to sort of sit out on the sideline as they began to shoot up. The truth of the matter is the Piranhas were kind of screwed from the beginning because the Warrior Hearts start doing auto fire on them. And all the Piranhas got are like shitty ass heavy pistols. And they basically start getting shot up. One or two of the Piranhas goes down pretty quickly, and it's down to the last one and the 3 Warrior Hearts. The Warrior Hearts, you're pretty sure are not going to be very fond of you once they kill off the Piranhas, or do you plan on sticking around and watching? Or
I want to make another stealth roll. I'm going to hide myself. I'm going to see if I can't pick over the loot.
all right, sure.
I am going to be a goblin. I am a goblin.
Well, with a 30, I'm not going to bother rolling their perception to see if they notice, see if they can somehow roll higher than a 30. So they kill off the Piranhas. They go through. You see them grabbing the pistols off the bodies. They just do a quick turn the bodies over, grab their guns off the ground, and then they walk away.
Yep. That's what I figured as I kind of scoot out later and
Yeah,
pick over the piranhas.
Yeah, they have combat knives.
Anything in their like pockets, like in their wallets?
Not even a couple of eddies.
Any of them got a cyber arm?
The Piranhas do not have cyberware.
Figures. How
Now,
many knives?
if the Warrior Hearts had been taken out, you might have gotten
There would have been some
maybe
cream loot.
there would preem no, but there would have been cyberware.
Yeah, but I figured I'm not getting involved more than I have to.
Yeah. Now the Piranhas are
A party
very
gang.
low on the gang hierarchy in Night City. They're not the lowest, shittiest gang in Night City, but they're pretty bad.
Then yeah, I'll take their knives because I can.
Sure. You have 3 combat knives.
After that, I give out a small prayer because pour them and move along.
All right. So pretty soon, Black Raven appears back at the apartment, and you did take damage, right? So you've been shot.
I didn't take damage.
Oh, you did not. But
I just
your
got
armor,
shot.
Your armor
got
saved you.
damaged.
And guess
So
what? It doesn't look
describe
like.
describe what it looks like where you got shot.
So I got shot dead in my chest. I don't have a traditional body armor. It just looks like I'm wearing my traditional leather jacket with no patches. But you do see, was it a slug or buckshot?
This was a pistol, so it would have been a regular bullet.
Oh. There is a bullet in my shoulder, and I have not noticed it yet.
Looks like you
You
met
mean
the
in the
welcome
shoulder? You
committee.
mean it's like in the armor or clothing on your shoulder?
No, my clothing is armor. Armored clothing, mimic body wear.
Okay, so it's buried in your armored clothing, is what you're saying.
Yeah. You guys can see it clearly. I have not noticed it. Well, you got some fuck-ass neighbors.
Yeah, I
Anyone
should
want a
have warned
knife?
you about them.
Any of you want a knife?
No thanks.
Ah, man, I'm good. So yeah,
What is there?
over the last however long he was gone, do we just sit around staring at each other?
Have a beer, relax. We got to discuss what our band's going to be called.
Well,
We are
that's
all
what I
going to
was-
be playing together,
I'd said
ain't we?
Edson's practicing a little bit.
Todd, your sound's not coming through very
Oh,
clearly.
sorry, I put my thing up while the combat was going. No, I'm assuming that he was gone for quite a while, fixing that thing and getting in a battle. Did we just sit around, kind of staring at each other, or Javi
Well,
was
you can assume you've done some
Javi was
banter.
asking?
I
Yeah,
was
Javi was
practicing.
asking. Hey, you wanted to come up with a name. You got any ideas?
You can say
At-
that y'all have been throwing around names for a while. Now
Oh,
that
okay.
Nex is back, because he probably wants some input in the band name. You can say that he walks in when you're still mid discussion.
Adzed was probably practicing guitar while all this, while we were trying to
Hey,
decide.
so that compactor, yeah, there's no fixing that. It's not even worth scrap metal.
That's a bummer.
And we don't need it anyways. Just toss your trash out the window, or scoot it over to a corner.
This ain't New Delhi.
What? There ain't
Fine by
nobody out
me.
there gonna give a fuck.
That's how I do it.
Ugh. So what are y'all talking about?
You ain't one of those environmentalists, are you?
We're trying to figure out a band name.
No, I am not an environmentalist. And band names. Band names.
We're looking at neon something right now. I think we settled on that kind of neon something.
Neon. I'm not wearing fluorescent lights all over.
Ain't no one asking you to. Although definitely style's going to be part of the thing. You want to look like you're a hardcore band, right? Don't worry, I can.
What is your? Go ahead.
I can dress you guys up, make you look all right. We can't all be Mr. Fancy Pants like Javi over here with his silk shirts.
Yeah, I'm proud. I like my silk shirt.
It's a nice shirt. It's a nice shirt.
I like to imagine
Are
he mumbled it like that too. It's like, oh,
Are you saying that I don't need to be wearing a silk shirt on stage?
We could go with the bare-chested look. It might be good for you.
Okay, you know what? I've
Who
been
knows?
saving this
Toon
for a
might
while,
like it.
Javi.
What?
You got some muscle tone under
I
there?
respect you.
I don't know. His
The silk
body's
shirt
6.
makes you look like Prince. Makes you look like a white prince. And it's not a good look.
What do you
Hey,
call him? White. Anyway, man,
I'm trying to pull up some of the ones we had come up with before.
what was the one we decided on?
We probably should
Throwing
have
stuff
refreshed it
out
before
there.
the game. Frosty was giving a hint. It was neon something.
Right. I don't. All I could think of was Neon Knights with a K.
Like,
That's the one I came up with.
Boom, 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 boom,
What's that sound?
boom,
What am I hearing?
boom, boom, boom.
Neon Heartbeats.
That's
Neon
another
Bass.
word for heartbeats.
Hey,
Oh, quick, check his.
Neon Pulse.
Pulse.
Neon Pulse?
Oh, for all the confused audience members, they picked a band name like weeks ago when we first,
Right.
and they have just clearly all forgotten about it. And
No, I was trying to find the ones that we had discussed to like throw them out there, like
it's like
Jefferson.
suggestions.
Yeah, like what about Jefferson Aerodyne?
I like
Well, you
Jefferson
still can.
Aerodyne.
I do like that one too. But I think it's like we
Hey.
got like a pulse.
I'm gonna say, if y'all come up with a different game in session, different name for the band, it's no skin off my back. You by all means come up with a different name for the band.
We
That
all
was
call
your
ourselves
neon resonance.
We all call ourselves different names.
That's my name, Frosty. Came up for the kid Piggy.
Or has
Neon
that
Pulse, huh?
That's what we're thinking about.
As far as
kind of-
names go,
Yeah.
is not the worst I've heard.
Neon Pulse. What about
I don't know. I'm liking Jefferson
Brucey-
Aerodyne.
Brucey, Jefferson Aerodyne? What about Brucey and the Guppies?
No.
Hey,
I do not think that was one of the ones on the list earlier. That's a good.
Javi just glares.
I like
hey,
that.
sounds good to me.
That is a new one.
Hey, speaking of a band, though I play the drums, I don't have a drum set, so we need to figure out how to find a drum set.
You just got paid, but 500 eddies ain't going to get you a good setup.
Right?
Might get you a kind of crap setup, but you know.
Well, I
this
would
is a
bet-
fun
I would
band.
send a message.
Actually, if I can ask the musician player in the group, most studios, do they have instruments on hand?
A drum kit is usually a thing they'll have. If you're recording somewhere, they'll usually have their own kit, like a studio kit. But they usually expect like the drummer to bring their own stuff as well. But if in a pinch, yeah, they'll usually have like drums. A well-kitted studio will have a drum kit, amps and guitars even, and basses lying around sometimes.
There's the gear that we'd need for over there.
So why not this? I could build you one.
I mean, it's worth 500, which means that it would take you a whole week to make.
You got a week until performance. In the meantime, you can use the studio drum kit. Just saying.
And it would
It's
only
true.
I think it would only cost you 100 eddies to actually build it, compared to the 500 because it's with the maker.
So that's a very realistic actually offer on
Yeah.
on
1 week and
Yeah.
then
Sure, works
Oh,
for
I
me.
don't. I don't have
Sorry.
a keyboard myself that I own in my inventory, but I mean, hey.
I mean,
If the place
I
doesn't
can
have a microphone, they're in bad form.
I mean, I don't mind making it.
In this universe, are there like digital synthesizers and stuff like that? Like that's a thing.
this
I would
is
imagine.
well, I mean, it's
Since this is it would be the 80s and
it'd
the
be
DX7.
it'd be the 80s, so synths are very common.
Yeah.
And I know I have a couple of fictional bands I created that y'all will hopefully encounter at some point, including some that do all kinds of like heavy synth.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
like the that's like the age of the digital synth, and those
It
are
really was the 80s.
fairly
that,
common.
That and modern synthwave, which is why I like
True.
Gunship, and there's plenty
That's
of
true.
bands I like.
Yep.
Modern
Yep.
synthwave.
Yeah.
Synth is coming back.
It is. It is. I love it.
So what are we doing? Am I building you something? Or are we buying something? What?
I actually had a question about that. Would that be considered like an expertise thing though? Like would that
Yes,
be
it
like
would, because it would either fall basic tech or electronic security, which would both fall under my maker.
Oh, okay.
I would say in the case of all these instruments, I would use basic tech.
Okay.
So yes, I can build you one if you want. Just here, as I pull out some schematics and I start getting out some basic designs. You got any requests? You want some colors? You want steel? What?
Yeah, since the player has no clue what drums are made of or how to make them, he'll say, "Yeah, silver and black."
But yeah, so
You know what? You got to get neon trim for the rims.
Yeah, with neon, all the little metal pieces between that are separating the drums need to be neon, and
So I guess we know what X is going to be doing with their downtime this week.
Can I make that check now?
He's being an awesome teammate, is what he's being.
That's true.
Yep.
Would you mind if I make the check?
Let's do the check at the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Because it could be a cool dramatic moment if for some reason like you roll like a 1 followed by a 10 and you don't make it.
True that. True that.
If he doesn't make it, it wastes half the time that he would.
It does. So that's a good point. So it won't be in a week's time. It'll be halfway.
In half. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Thank you, guys. But which means you will have time to like run out and try to buy one if you have to.
Yeah.
But it'd be. Think you'll have no trouble making one, quite frankly. But if something does go horribly wrong, it would be fun to find out at that time rather than now.
God dang it,
Okay.
I'm trying to. Okay.
The DV is
So-
21, which is kind of high.
Yeah, but he's got
Yeah,
in addition to basic tech and his tech skill,
because of the maker thing.
he also
here
gets
it
to add
is.
his
21 is
his-
still quite high.
I know, but I think with all that together, I think
Yeah,
X
fair.
is like a 18, 19 or something.
I'm not doubting X. I'm sure he'll be fine. He's rolled better just in this session.
Yeah, but if he rolled a 1 or 2, he would maybe.
Mhm. But yeah, so
Yeah,
For
so
fun.
yeah.
For fun, I was gonna say maybe I just like we're rattling off some band names and stuff, and I say, all right, so we've got a few options. I'm gonna throw them out there, and I'm looking at our old survey or whatever. Black Ice, Count Zero Interrupt, Slice and Dice, Jefferson Aerodyne, The Itch, Bad Luck, Neon Pulse.
Oh, we can't copy my old band's name.
What's your old band's name?
Bad luck. They took it from me, but they're still together.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I think that's why. Yeah, I had thought that. I think I put that there. Yeah. The Crawl, Paradise Lost, Kuro, Neon Shadows, and Hall of Rage. I kind of still am feeling Neon Pulse. I kind of like where that was going. But what do you guys think?
The impulse sounds good to me.
yep, sounds good with me, I guess.
I'm in.
All right, Neon Pulse it is.
And having.
Good.
Oops, sorry.
Who's gonna do the artwork?
I don't think you have any artists in the group. Maybe you should find somebody who can do the art.
Yeah.
I can try. Can I roll?
What are you rolling?
Paint, draw, sculpt. It's
Yeah.
under tech.
We could do the very unique
that's right.
We could do the very unique technique of taking a scream sheet and taking out and cutting out letters and just putting that like a random.
I like it.
I'm gonna spend 4 luck points and try
There's
to.
some magazines lying around here somewhere.
I'm gonna spend 4
I'll
luck
say-
points and try to draw a cool.
I'll say, X, you managed to do some rough concept sketches. It's not anything that's going to impress anybody. But you rolled a 13, and that's enough to like get things kind of like you've got
ball
some
rolling.
good concepts. You probably need a dedicated artist to come up with something really good. But it looks good what you've drawn, but it needs to be fleshed out more. The beginning concepts. And if you want to come up with some concepts and maybe have them at the ready for future sessions when the artist or somebody does come up for that, you can feel free to throw that out there at a later date.
Awesome.
So, just to move things on a little bit more, so you've come up with a band name, Neon Pulse. It flows off your tongues. You think it sounds pretty cool, kind of kick-ass. And the rest of the night goes on. You do some drinking, stuff like that. At some point, you all have to go to bed because you don't want to have a day without sleep. You went to bed like at 5 or 6 in the morning. So unless somebody thinks that they have a reason to get up particularly, I'm saying you don't wake up until early afternoon.
That's Bruce's normal wake-up time.
Already having a bad influence on others.
Yeah, and liches.
Yes. The world of being in careers that don't have regular hours, right?
Yeah.
We don't have a corporate job where we need to wake up at 7.
That's right. Actually, none of you do.
No. Closest Gadza gets is to being ready for a particular gig.
Yeah, well,
And,
as a got fired. So.
whatever time.
I guess technically
Well-
X probably has to do like tech work for people at the hours they operate in. Your clients, Shane, probably. His clients probably do have some of that.
Yeah.
So you all wake up. How hungover are you?
Avi's fine.
Was that because he drank light or because
He doesn't drink.
I guess we
was
should roll
established,
resist drugs and torture.
Well, go ahead and roll it.
All right.
I was going to let you choose, but if you'd rather leave it up to the dice, I'm not going to.
Bruce has a bit of a rough hangover, but she's used to it and chases it with some more beer.
How many beer? How many beer did we get?
I say you got a light headache there, Black Raven.
How many beer did we get?
You got a whole case of Natty Light plus a bottle of tequila and a soda mixer, which was not a soda.
Can I roll like a D12 to see how many drinks he had?
Do it.
All right, let's do it. Jesus fucking Christ!
10 drinks.
Okay, so
you definitely make a resist torture drugs. Your difficulty will be slightly higher because of that.
Okay. I do have.
I let Black Raven get by with the 14. It's going to be higher than a 14.
Oh boy. I do have a biome. Does my biomon do anything to that? Or
No,
is that just...
you need.
Tells you you're dehydrated.
Oh wait, no. Enhanced antibodies. Does that?
You
no.
need toxin binders.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, got it. All right, here we go.
Oh, that was Brucey rolled. Oh my God, Adzed rolled a 28.
Oh shit.
You feel great. However, you look over at Bruce. the woman who said, "Oh, it's all fine." You rolled a 10. And Frosty, I gave you the option not to roll it. And then you chose to roll
I figured I would
anyway.
roll for the hell of it.
Yeah. So, do you want to? How do you actually feel knowing you rolled a 10 instead?
Bruce is just looking like one eye kind of twitching. She's nursing the hangover with another beer. Haircut.
Is it like more desperate?
Yeah.
The second in the morning beer. It's like, please fix it.
Pretty much.
Brucey.
Like when he described it earlier, it was cool. Oh, I'll have another beer. I'm fine. Now it's like, I need another beer.
Yeah, I need another beer.
I
Brucey.
need to get rid of the pain.
Brucey, I got you. Well, X, sorry.
No worries, Brucey.
Don't stop shouting at me. What do you want?
You got a stove in here?
A stove? What do I think I'm made of money? There's a microwave. Thinking about sticking my head in it. Might help.
Hey, wait. X, I got a suggestion. You don't even need one. You got any moonshine and tomato juice?
Well, yes, I do have tomato juice on me, and we got the moonshine. Why?
You got any hot sauce?
Oh.
You are lucky that I carry hot sauce on.
And Zed, if you don't shut up and stop talking about food,
she
I'm
needs
gonna
a
take
Bloody
bite
Mary.
out of you.
She needs a Bloody Mary stat.
Fine.
No, that doesn't sound too
Give me a
bad.
second, and I'll make you.
See, now when I put it that way, that's
maybe mix in some actual blood in there. Anyone got a knife?
No. You know what?
You got 3 knives.
Take one. I got 3 of them as I place them
All
on
right,
the table.
who's donating?
Not it.
adds it's like, you know what, for a friend, I'll do it. Burn that knife though, so that you get all the it's disinfected a little bit.
That's totally how it really works.
It's absolutely not, but
It's an action movie. We'll waive it.
So
Please
after
don't
I make
like when they eat up the
so
knife.
after I make the Bloody Mary, Javi, I will be back. I'm
All
going
right.
to come back with breakfast.
all
Who
right.
here is opposed to biscuits and gravy?
Oh, who would be opposed to that? Who in their right mind would be opposed to that? Except
I'm just gonna heat up one of my breakfast sandwiches.
Oh.
I will be back, Javi.
I need the preservatives that they stuff in the pre-pack.
So X, where are you going?
It's probably sausage gravy.
To the
though,
garage
Brucey.
so that I can get into the car and start making breakfast.
I'll not roll a random encounter. I'll
No. I saw your face. Do it.
No, don't.
I kind of want to. But I do want to move on.
Well,
I have a place I want us to end tonight.
Yeah,
I'll do it for now.
Okay, then we'll just expedite it. I go, I make the biscuits and gravy, and eventually I come back. The people inside your apartment are probably jealous of you because they see big man bring breakfast.
You would notice Bruce seems almost offended by the idea of fresh food. She just, like, something about it irks her. And she specifically goes to her generic pre-pack that she's got in the fridge.
It's sausage gravy, though, right? That's a
Pork.
pork
Remember,
gravy.
boar meat.
There you go.
I think to Frosty's point, it wasn't the meat or lack of meat that she had issues with.
Oh, is it that it's Oh, interesting. I think asks her about that. What is it about the fresh food that gets you?
Fresh food's what all those big time yuppies in the corporate zone live off of, constantly piling it on and keeping all of their fresh produce in the fridge and fruits and vegetables and making it cram it down your throat. No, no. A good punk lives off of pre-pack. I'm telling you.
Growing up, I actually had a non-mutated fish.
Eh,
What?
Yeah, got it imported.
Non-mutated. Oh, fish.
Yeah.
What kind of fish?
I don't remember.
Huh.
I miss my crab cakes.
Non-mutated.
It was like whitest.
Huh.
I'll tell you this much: sushi, I'll make the exception for. Fresh sushi, we'll talk. We'll talk.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. Keep that in
But
mind.
I ain't gonna poison myself with all that fresh food junk and.
You do realize that the tomato juice that I got was fresh food, yes?
Don't remind me.
But there's liquor. There's gonna be liquor in it, though.
Exactly,
So that-
exactly. It's watered down fresh food.
Well, most
it's been
liquor.
poisoned.
I just give
Anyway.
up at that point. Like there's no appeasing you.
So, all right. So,
All right, so
Let her have her
do
pre-pack.
y'all want to go check out the studio?
sure.
Yeah.
Y'all leave Bruce's apartment. As you're leaving outside, you see across the street at the liquor store, and in the alleyway behind it, you can see a man with this large metal container with like a long, thin kind of spout that ends in a sort of a spiral thing that's dripping slowly into a container, into like a little beaker that he's taking and pouring into. And this is the same raggedy guy that seemed to undercharge you for the liquor last night. You can see him like picking up a bucket and dumping like old, like half-eaten bananas and bits and stuff he clearly pulled out of alleyways, unfinished pre-packed and food and stuff, and putting it in this big tank that's clearly being like distilled and fertilized and somehow being processed, and moonshine's coming out the other end.
Yeah.
I've had worse rot gut.
Yeah, homebrew still, huh?
I was imagining as I was going through the scene last night, where does somebody make moonshine in the combat zone?
Right
Where do
out
they
on the
make it from?
street.
Now you know.
Maybe one day I will come back and improve his still.
Hey.
Maybe you will.
And ruin his business.
Well, it depends on what you mean by
the
improve.
passenger
Depends.
seat next to Javi and starts turning on and cranking up the radio to some really loud metal.
Awesome.
All right. So, are you like doing the Wayne's World scene, like the theme where you're like, banging the heads? Boom, boom. Does anybody have long hair?
I have
do.
long dreads, yes.
Well, I mean, character-wise.
Oh. Thought you meant
Not
real life.
particularly.
No, his is pretty sure. Oh, I mean, it's head bangable a little bit.
All right, long enough to okay. Yeah. So I think the dreads on I think also Lich Queen has some nice long hair if
Yeah.
she's head banging.
It's decently long, yeah.
Drive to the studio.
Yeah. So
All
after a
right.
while, you come across a small little. You follow the address, and it's a small 2-story building nestled among like some taller 5-6-story like brick buildings. And the building looks a little run down, but on the ground floor of it, you see a convenience store named Nanomart that is operational. It looks to be kind of like a you see like a more like a local mom and pop place that serves the neighborhood. You look in the window and you see all kinds of prepackaged foods. You see some basic cheap processed groceries,
Hmm.
and all kinds of bottled food and liquor and stuff in the shelves. It's clean. It's relatively well kept. It's just worn. Um, uh, you find pretty easily the entrance into the Decibel Den. It's a little like the entrance is tucked away besides a little convenience store. It's a narrow graffiti covered staircase. You see a samurai graffiti on one wall. You see a couple of other bands you recognize. You see one that says Dragon Sound. Um, as a matter of fact,
Hey,
hey, what?
no, yeah. Would I recognize Dragon Sound?
Uh, make a streetwise roll.
Or,
Yeah, you know of Dragon Sound. Yeah,
hell yeah.
they call themselves their style cybernetic synth war. So it's like they used to be known as this like idealistic band. Like their
Yeah.
original hit songs were like Friends for Eternity,
Yeah.
Against the
Ninja.
Ninja.
Against
Uh,
the ninja.
yeah, exactly. You know the
Yeah.
song.
Yeah.
And for anybody watching on a stream who has no idea what we're talking about, you need to watch Miami Connection. But
Solid movie.
very solid. Um, but like it's now the sort of like synth rock aggressive sort of digital soundscape. It's kind of their thing. So it's like really aggressive synth with rock and kind of stuff sort of gone through it.
Kind of shit they'd play at like Toten Tots or something like that. Kind of
Yeah,
thing.
well, Tone Toss probably wouldn't go for the synth as much. They'd probably go
Oh,
for
okay.
the raw kind of music, but
Got it.
you probably wouldn't get chased out of the Tone Toss.
Oh, yeah.
Um, you see like a couple of other bands. There's a Neuro Nihon Reverie, which is which if anybody wants to make a streetwise roll to see if they know that band, they
Let
may.
me see.
All right.
I am always going to fail these.
That's all right. You don't have to be the best at everything, you know.
Huh.
And sometimes you might get lucky. Not this time with a 6 though, X.
Got a 16.
Yeah,
And I got a 18.
yeah. Bruce and Adzed, you've heard of them. They're actually kind of a cool like band from Japan. They kind of they take traditional Japanese instruments and blend it with synth music. Um, so it's kind of like a weird mixture of like really traditional sounds and synth. Definitely not anywhere close to the style y'all do with kind of like punk elements. This is much more of a kind of like
Visual
a
Kei.
melodic kind of sense of music.
What do they say their name again?
Neuro Nihon Reverie. Neuro being like neurological.
Neuro. Got it.
Neuro Nihon.
Rivalry.
Reverie.
Reverie. Got it.
Anyway, those are a couple of the bands you guys see as you head up. When you get into the studio itself, the door's unlocked. It says there's a sign that says open on it. You walk into a small waiting room, and it's literally just a waiting room, a room with like a sound booth, and like the main recording space. And Shane, I expect you to correct me as the actual professional musician in the group if I say anything that sounds horribly wrong. But it has a very DIY vibe, the whole space. Like it looks like they've taken like a sound insulation foam or something like that and taped it to the walls in sort of a haphazard kind of way. There's a sofa in the recording room that is this big, soft, comfy looking sofa. Looks really well worn, really well loved, in the sense that like it's one of those sofas that you can tell somebody has slept through like a late night recording session on more than one occasion on. The floor is scuffed wood with rugs that have been worn down by countless musicians dragging instruments in over it and wearing it down over the years. and the ceiling are those like drop tile ceilings, but there's like water stains scattered throughout it and things like that. Um, uh, you see a mixing desk. There's a few decent mics that are sitting around. Some amps that are recognizable brands, but clearly are a bit past their prime. And there's a computer that is set up in like the recording, like the booth where the sound mixers and stuff is. That does not look like the latest computer ever made, but it's like any of you who knows computers would recognize it as like still a solid choice for like
Mm.
the application they're using it for. Probably couldn't do much else, but perfectly good for what they're trying to do here.
Oh, yeah.
Um, and there's also a small booth sort of within the recording studio that looks to be a place for like recording vocals or isolating instruments or things like that. There is a man who is sort of like in the process. He's actually sort of like in like the recording area when you walk in. You can hear music playing. The music playing is kind of a punky kind of vibe, but it has like a little bit of like synth woven into it, and it's kind of a kind of a almost experimental kind of like vibe to it. So it does not look like to be like a track you would release to the public, but maybe something somebody made as an artistic expression or something. And the guy looks over, sees you enter, and stops what he's doing. And this is the man that you see. So he's in his late 50s. He's got like an old worn band T-shirt of a band none of you recognize. He's wearing this sort of beat up denim jacket and sort of ripped jeans. He's got like sort of a woven kind of thread on a necklace, and he's got sort of a kind of a you would say uh, a wry smile
Mm.
as he walks up to you. So who the fuck are you supposed to be?
Don't sent us. We're Neon Pulse.
Are you Decibel?
I am, and Tune did say I was expecting somebody today. He didn't. She didn't say who. I'm assuming it's you, and I'm guessing Neon Pulse is the band name you're going with.
That's correct.
That's what we got.
All right. Well, if you've got the time now, the studio's free.
All
Sounds
right.
good.
All right.
These
Well, why
amps
don't you
all
guys get in there and let me hear some of what you do?
these amps here all hooked up already.
Yeah, just plug yourself in and get going.
All right.
This is a working studio.
Sick.
Somebody's using it at one point or another. Usually they suck. Hopefully you don't.
Yeah, let's hope. Adds and plugs in. Gets warms up a little. Gets his fingers moving. Shreds a little. Nothing show offy, but just get himself ready.
All right.
I
So
get Lucy nice and tuned up, getting ready to play.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is there?
they do have a drum set there for Javi.
Ah, good.
And do they have keyboards?
They do.
Awesome.
All of his equipment, all of his instruments are basic. Like if you were to want to buy a really nice guitar, like something super, super nice or high end, you would not buy what he got. But if
Yeah.
you're somebody who just needs a good guitar, something that's reliable, like it's clear that the equipment he has is worn and threadbare, but it's worn and threadbare because it lasts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the basic thing from like the book of like 500 Eddies, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Like it's not great, but it's all.
He's probably got the Squires and the Epiphones, like the down brand of the bigger ones, like not bad, and really actually very solid, but like you said, if you were going ultra pro, that you would probably spend a little more.
And to be
But-
fair, somebody who was ultra pro at that level would bring their own instruments to the
Mhm.
recording studio.
Exactly.
Which we can invest into at a later point.
This
Yeah.
is later date, yeah.
Adza did bring his own axe though, his own guitar. So we're clear, it's not an axe.
He just came in here to kill people.
With music.
All right. Yeah. So y'all begin practicing for a while. Y'all
Okay.
showed up kind of late in the day, around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. You've only been there like an hour or so. At this point, y'all have never really you had one night where you performed to each other, so it's probably pretty clear at this point that as you're trying to figure out each other and things like that, that's a huge chunk of that first day.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You're just trying to get an idea of who these other people are, how do they play, how do you play off each other, all that kind of stuff. And about 3 o'clock, you see you're in the recording studio. There's a glass panel on the door. Some young girl, I say young girl, she's a teenager, walks in with a samurai t-shirt on, blue and pink hair, a couple of piercings. She's kind of she just walks in and then literally just walks right into your recording studio as you're in the middle of a song, quietly. So she does it knowing that you're not recording, but that you're practicing and making music. And goes over and then just collapses on that sofa I described earlier, right in the middle of the room. Decibels in the back room sees this, looks at her, goes, and then she just goes like this to him.
I like your attitude, kid.
Blows a kiss, and then just
Who
sort
the
of
hell are you?
It's just do you stop the song to say this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I stopped.
Yeah.
I walk over and say, I like your style, kid. Who the hell are you?
I'm Casey, and I came to listen to you. So why'd you stop?
Didn't know why you were here. Figured we should introduce ourselves.
That's my dad. I'm bored. So I came to hang out. Y'all were doing pretty good. So keep going.
Well, if we got an audience, we should kick it up a notch.
Fuck it.
Yep.
Heavy drum solos.
I just want to say, regardless of whether you have an audience, you should still be performing well. But heck, I won't complain.
Heavy drum solos.
That's a picture of her, by the way.
Nice.
Kid after my own heart.
Nice.
Gonna take her under our... Toss her one of the beers that I've got.
She opens it with one hand and then immediately starts chugging it. You can see Decibels in the studio. He sees that. He goes, "God damn it!" He says, but there's nothing to stop her.
Amazing. Adza casually plays a little of Eruption while Javi's doing a drum solo. Little Van Halen. Love it. All right, let's fucking get into it, guys. Guys and gals.
Y'all start playing. Do you want to try to impress her?
Sure.
All right, you guys are all samurai fans, right? Why don't we give ourselves a shot at chipping in?
Oh, hell yeah.
All right.
Hell yeah.
So why don't we give a bit of a preview to people about the game, the way I'm hoping us to do our performance rolls. So I want each of you to roll your instrument.
Okay.
The difficulty number you're trying to beat is a 16. So some of you have about an 11 in it, so that might be a bit tricky. About 50-50 shot or so. But 16 is what you need to beat. You can spend luck on this if you want. And remember, we get luck back next session. This session's almost over, so not a bad choice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna add
Also,
one luck.
if you want to try to skill to improve your performance, you can roll that first, and if you do well on that, you'll give yourself a +1 bonus to your.
Wait, say it again. What was the?
There's an
Elementary
acting
skill.
skill. You can roll that first. If you
Oh.
fail, it does not hurt you in any way. So all you can do is get a bonus, and that's just to look cool as you're performing.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll do that first.
Play instruments, the technical side. Perform is the rocker, stage presence side.
Got it.
yeah, I'm going to put my 2 luck because, like you said, yeah, it's almost ended session. I only got the 2 luck anyway. Let's see what I get.
Might as well use it.
Might as well, right?
Oh,
Oh no.
That's
Oh,
not
no.
me.
Well, luckily, Bruce, that was your acting roll. Rolled a 1 followed by a 10, so 3.
Oh, I lost
Black
connection.
Raven rolled really well. Rolled a 20 on his bass guitar. That's 1 success.
I lost connection right when I rolled.
Yeah.
So-
16 on acting. Is that anything?
No, you needed 1 more.
God dang it. I'm
botched
having to.
again. I am just
I'm having-
too hungover for this day.
That's right. Yeah, well,
I'm
Frosty,
so-
we'll see how well if we can see if the rest of the band can carry you through.
Right
But,
now, I'm trying to
I'll ask
carry.
you.
Mine
Just
did-
play music loud enough to drown out the vocals.
Javi rolled a 21 on the drums.
My acting did not come through, did it? I clicked it, but it didn't. It didn't go through.
You got a
let me-
16. You got a 16.
I did.
Yep.
No, I got a 16.
Oh, let me roll that. Acting.
There we go.
14.
The acting does. Lip
That
Queen
was
acting
me.
didn't help you any. Ad Zed, it does help you.
Okay, so how much?
+1.
Do I take? +1. Okay. So
So we've got Javi has gotten a success. Black Raven got a success. So the bass and the drums are really sounding good. And Adzed, you needed a 16, you got a 17, so you just eked it out.
awesome.
But unfortunately, the way I'm doing it is that out of the 5 of you, if at least 3 of you succeed, it was a successful performance. So, unfortunately, the keyboards are a bit weak. The vocals sound maybe a bit hoarse, maybe a bit hungover.
Bit hungover.
Yeah, maybe sounds a bit. There's a little bit of that nausea kind of thing
Yeah.
coming through every now and then. But the bass, the drums, really good and solid, and the guitar really carrying it through. You have like a really good guitar solo at one point. Adds that really,
Yeah.
and then there's a drum solo at one point, and the bass guitar is just solid throughout, which sort of helps bring it all together at the end. And so Casey, as she introduced herself, she's kind of sitting there. She's kind of like going to the beat. Every so often, Bruce kind of hits a note wrong. You can see her kind of twitch a bit, or the keyboard doesn't quite match the tune. You're playing a samurai song anyway. They didn't really have a keyboardist, but maybe
They
that's
did,
kind of
actually.
why.
They did, but it was she played like
Yeah.
very rock
Nancy-
guitar
he's a
sounds
keyboardist.
basically. Yeah, Nancy Hartley or whatever.
Oh, okay. I thought Nancy was
Yeah.
a different instrument. But
Yeah, Nancy Hartley was there.
But
I-
it really
I-
was more rock.
Yeah.
yeah, I've got all the samurai band members in the game. I just
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, we
I don't-
have
I don't
pretty much
know all these-
everybody in that samurai would have to play their things. We have the rhythm guitar, we have the keyboard, we have the drums, and we have the bass.
If we had the license for the song, I could actually play that song. I know. I know both versions of Chippin'
so at the end of y'all's performance, Casey is sitting there. She kind of is quiet for a second. Says, "Yeah, y'all don't suck." She grabs her backpack, throws it on. "I'll see you tomorrow," and then she walks out.
Like the
Fucking
kid's
cheap.
attitude. Kind of little mascot.
Yeah, you say that as her father walks in and says, "Oh, if only you knew the half of it."
Fucking
And
teenagers.
he yells after her, "Do your homework." She goes, "Fuck you," and then looks over. But then she looks over. But then she walks back, gives him a hug and a kiss on the cheek,
Aw.
and then leaves.
Adza thinks of his sisters. She's like, oh.
Yeah, she's giving him a hard time, but you can tell she's teasing him.
Yeah.
She's. Yeah. And that, I think, is where we'll stop for tonight.
All right.
Hold up. What about me making drums?
Didn't you roll your drums?
No, you
said
told me to
wanted
do it
base.
later.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we've only done one day since then, so that'll have to take place next session.
Aw.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for watching Andromeda Adventures. Please check out our Patreon page. Helps keep us going. And tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell your goldfish, tell your shark.
That's a thing now.
To our producer Nick and to all of our Patreons. And I guess,
Chompers.
say goodnight, Chompers.
Good night,
Night,
Chompers.
Chompers.